What's up? What's up? What's up? Late night, man. I got a letter. I was going through my email, and whoa, God sent me this letter. Actually, I got three letters, but God sent me a letter. I think almost, man, was it a month ago, 2 months ago? And he wanted to know if I could talk about. Well, one guy, another incel sent me a letter. He was talking about he still was struggling, and he was going into. He said he was going into supermarkets and malls. Yep, yep. Malls and supermarket. He said he. I got his name. He says he's an incel. He's struggling. He's went into a couple of supermarkets and malls. He said he's been unsuccessful. It's weighing on his confidence. Um, I think you got your expectations too high. It's going to be a real that particular that particular. If you go into supermarkets and malls, especially malls, you're gonna have a high failure rate. Um, I would recommend you go to social settings, and the dating apps, and you use the dating apps to find out where to go. Sometimes you have to go on a date to find out where everybody goes. And I'm serious. You're just going on a date to find out, hey, where does everybody hang out? I'm serious. You're on a date, but you're like, hey, okay, yeah, hey, uh, you know, where does everybody hang out around here? It's been a while since I've been out. I'm new here. Where does everybody normally hang out? Oh, go to this club on Tuesday nights, happy hour. Um, Everybody tends to come over here, this place, that place. Um, Bougie, upper class, they tend to go to this place. The hood go. You need to know all of that. You just need to know all of that. And whew, high success rate in malls and supermarkets. The problem with those areas, you need to be experienced. You have to be experienced if you're going to places like that because those are places of business, and you just can't be in there and you're not conducting business. So that's something I would recommend somebody who's experienced. I would only recommend that if you're an experienced veteran guy, young guy, under 25. I would also reference what success you had uh, when you were, when the only place you could go is the mall or around the mall. When that was the only place really you can go because of your age. How much success did you have? Okay, and based on that, why are you going back to a mall? I'm serious. I mean, like, why are you going back? There's nothing really there. It's something a guy who's experienced, but really a guy who's experienced, he ain't. Now, if he happens to be in there shopping and something's in there, yeah, but he ain't. Nobody's thinking about that. I mean, it's a young man's. That's a young man. It's the way a young man thinks. But you also got to understand, young man's limited. He's limited to where he can go. So going to the mall at tenth grade, uh, that's fine. Do it. Enjoy yourself. It's a time for everybody's life, but if you, especially if you're unsuccessful, you got to be successful in these malls and these supermarkets. If you're unsuccessful, you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb. I ain't say make then you try to push up on maybe two, but if you really trying to go 10, 12, you're gonna stick out, man. I wouldn't do it. Now the guy sent me a letter saying he's an incel, say he's been having a lot of success, lack of success. I mean, yeah, lack of success in the malls, lack of success in the supermarkets. And then he went on to say he feels bad, um, and he's losing his confidence. Well, you're gonna have to do like everybody else, man. And you can't lose your confidence. It's just the way things are. Now, we see all of this go to Thailand. Go. I think you should. I think you should. I think if you can't handle what America offers, if you can't handle it, perhaps you should think about going to Thailand, or whatever place that's your preference. You should say, hey, I think I'm going to this place because I can't, I'm done with America. Go ahead. But American women are American women, man. And unless you're experienced, I wouldn't say go to malls. If you're a kid, if you between like, well, if you're a kid, how about that? Well, you put a number on it. But grown man, you 26 in a mall. I can see you standing in the mall, hanging over the banister, and the ladies see you, and the ladies, you know, come and they have an interest in you, you know, but that carries with it a lot of it can be a lot of scrutiny on that. So and you don't have to go there. There's other places you can go. Lots of other places. So what I would say, you got to explore the dating apps. You got to take a picture. You got to put up a profile. It's got to be you, and you got to take it like a man. And you got to improve, on yourself, whatever it is. It's a competitive market in America. It's competitive over there, but you can't really say that because people think you're trying to stop guys from going. So I don't. I mean, I really don't care. You stay or go. But if you go, it's competitive over there. When you get over there, you'll see. You'll see it's competitive. It's the top notch. When you say top notch Thailand, they're not going to be on J6 Street. That's what I'm saying. Guys see all of those women on J6 Street grabbing at the tourists, trying to get the tourists to come into the bar girls, and buy them a drink, and then who knows what else, go upstairs with them. That's how they make their money, man. But for pound in Thailand, those women are trash. Those are not nice women. Those are not quality women. There ain't no more quality women than it used to go now. That's a different country. It's legal over there. But in America, it's illegal. But you can find places, streets full of women who will sell you some box. Would you consider those a good supply, a healthy supply of women you should date? You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing. But I don't know why we keep thinking things are different. I don't know why we think that. But like I said, I lived overseas. It's night and day. I wouldn't touch though. I wouldn't do it. I got no problem with them though. Hey, I have no problem with the women on J6. I ain't got the problem with no women over here standing at these, what is it, Lucky's at the gas station selling. I don't have no problem with them women, man. But if you ask me, should a guy, would I recommend a guy go over there and start a relationship? I say no. Now, if you divorced and that's what you want to do, I would recommend you go and do it. You know, enjoy yourself. But even that world's got competition. You can't run from competition, man. Can't run from competition. Now, and we'll come back to him. That guy, he's incel. He's emailed me before. I want to talk about broke when she's broke, right? Let's just deal with that, okay? Let's just deal with that, right? And I know, YouTube. I know all the guys are high value men and they only date dimes and nothing less than a dime and they make $200,000 a year and all the women they date are dimes. And and you listen to that absolute madness, that foolishness. That is absurd, but that's how these guys think out because they don't want to deal with. They want to live in a fantasy world. They don't want to deal with how you dating. A lot of guys date broke chicks. Oh man, that's just a terrible thing. Oh, how dare! Oh, hey, I don't want to hear that. Oh, you want me to lie to you? You want me to tell you you're a high value man and you can get dimes falling out your pocket. Well, if that was the case, you'd get them now. You wouldn't need no help. And I think it's an insult when these guys say they make $300,000 a year and they can't get no box. And you can see that they can't. And when they go over there, they're going to find they can't get it over there either. They're going to find that out. They're going to find it out the hard way. But I mean, that ain't for me. That's for that's for them to find out. Now I want to talk about this right here. And a lot of guys, they slick, they low key do it. They do it under the cover of darkness. They do it. They don't let nobody know they in that side of town. Maybe they got a family member. They got a relative that they've been visiting, and boom, they run into somebody, and she happens to live next door. I mean, next complex that may be the projects, maybe some Section 8 or some type of low income type housing. Yeah, run into her. Not sure. Maybe you weren't even looking for that. Turns out she lives across the street. And, nothing you're going to take home to mom. So how do you deal with that? The question is, do you want, that's the big question. Because even though it's a struggle thing, it still comes with dimensions. You still gonna have certain dimensions. Certain expectations for you to meet those demands, right? So, also, how did you grow up? Because see, this becomes a case of classes. Are you middle class? Are you upper middle class? She's lower. She's low class. Okay. Okay. Now we know what everybody says. A millionaire will date a woman who works at McDonald's. We know that, right? We know that. Okay. All right. That being said, and show me that though. You need to show me. I know people say it, and I get it. Dudes got the standards of men are pathetic. But this isn't a case of low standards, okay? That's what I'm saying. This is not about a thirsty dude who's a millionaire who can't get no box. So he's got to date women who work at McDonald's at the drive-thru. I mean, that's just a absolute confession. You are a failure as a man. If you're a millionaire and the best you can do is what average Joes do, like you don't know how to get on a plane, you don't know how to construct your life so it's a life that is it complements your success. If you don't know how to do that, and you gotta go to a McDonald's window. I have nothing now. They say it. The guys have even said that, but this is not what that is, though. This isn't about a dude that's got money dating someone who happens just to be poor or happens to be broke. How can she be broke? She could be broke, man. What if she got a kid? Her man was a deadbeat, and he's locked up, and she's on Section 8. She gets a certain amount of government assistance. In exchange, she works 5 hours a week. Perhaps she works at the library. What does she do? Vacuums, and puts the books back on the shelf, pushes that little cart around and refiles the books and vacuums. She got to give them 5 hours a week, and they're trying to find her a job. Okay, you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? But you're attracted to her. So, and I know nobody does it right. I know. No, all the guys, everybody on the social media, they're all dating the tens. I know. No, I mean everybody don't date that, man. Everybody gonna date no chick like that, man. You know, man. Yeah. And I just got a letter from an incel, right? I just got a letter from an incel. I got another letter, and I get it now because I said you can't even make content like that because here come these clowns. Man, I ain't dating no woman like that, man. Man, get your ass out of here. You know what? You deserve to be right where you are. You got the wrong attitude, brother. Your arrogance is getting in the way of your success. And if you could do better, you would do better, right? That's how that goes. I'm not dating that. Well, if that was the case, you would never date that, right? But we know you would. You ain't gonna say it. I don't understand YouTube. It's like nobody knows who you are. Why can't you just be honest? They still can't be honest. Ego, that's ego, so they still can't be honest. But anyhow, for the dudes who do find themselves in that situation, let's talk about it. Okay. So she's a down bad baddie, right? You're trying to see what she's talking about. Um, you park your car, and then you start to realize these buildings, this parking lot, the cars in this parking lot. This is not regular living. Like you realize, you said, wait a minute, where am I at? Because oh, where you stay? You meet her, whatever. You could be at a party over his house, and a couple of women show up. She shows up. You meet her, you feeling her. Okay, she said, "Well, I stay right across the street," and you say, "Okay," because you figure, okay, it'll be a matching building. Not all the time. Not all the time. So you go over, you park. You see a old, what is this, 2026? You see a 1985. It's going like a LTD or something like that. It's gonna be a older car. Maybe you're gonna see a plastic bag in that back window, uh, package tape on the fender. You be looking at that, say you use, hey man, that's shit you put your bag. That's something you mail. You said you needed some tape for your fender. Yeah, that's something you put in the mail, man. Why don't you go get you some? Why don't you go get you some duct tape or something like? Yeah, hey man. But anyhow, so you pull in, park your car, you get out, and you notice the neighborhood, man. You know, this is it's either the projects or it's like one step up, but it's some type of government assistant dwelling. Lots of boarded windows, but people are living there. People are living there. Boarded windows, um, blinds are bent. Not what you're accustomed to, okay? Or maybe it brings back a memory. But this is how she's living. So you go inside, it's barely furnished. Um, there's a child there, or maybe the child's with her mother. She's got no car. All she's got is what you see. And you're trying to communicate on the level where, hey, you want to get the box, but you want to bide your time in a sense. You really got to figure out, do you want to continue? I'm telling you right there. When you walk inside and you see what's going on in there, for most men, they have to make a decision because For most men, bro, that's a big deal. Now you may be different. I'm telling you right now, you may be different. Perhaps that's not your situation, but for most men, you then determine if you want to continue to date because now you've just gotten there, realize she's in the projects, realize she don't really have anything, maybe a TV stand, old couch, and you see it's no furniture in this house and no car, and maybe you see a few toys, uh, and any man, right? You're at a crossroad now. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? You're at a crossroads now. What you gonna do? Now I'm telling you from experience, what you gonna do? Because you got to understand this is how she's living. You don't have to be somebody who's gonna come in there like you going, okay, I'm gonna buy you this. No, you don't have to do nothing. I'm just saying you could look, hey, this your stuff? Okay. Let me sit on this couch, okay? Okay. Watch TV, whatever what you got. Watching some BT, okay, watching BT. Let's talk watching BT. Right? Because you have a hard time not to judge. And that's the thing. You can't judge her. And you still have to have you got to say, hey, look, check it out. Met you at the party. Um, you said you stay across the street. I'm coming over here. See you right now. This ain't really me. I mean, I see obviously you going through something, and I got respect for that. But nah, this just not me. Now, you gotta tell her that. Now, let me tell you something. That might work two ways. That could work two ways. That could work. Now, I don't know if that would be smart to join her in her bed, but it's very possible because you did that, she may just throw all her chips on the table and invite you into the back. Like, y'all, you don't know me. Come on. No, you don't know me. You ain't met nobody like me. Now, we do live in there are diseases out there. So, yeah, now for me, but then again, if I was 24, probably I wouldn't have been thinking. But yeah, for me, that's just too easy, and it's got to be something going on. That's just too easy. But no, I'm not saying it. Do it as a leverage, which you could though. I mean, I'm not saying you should, but what I'm saying is know what you want. This is how guys all these problems happen. Know what you want, man. If you don't want to deal with no woman that's in the projects, or like I said, she don't have to be in no project. It could be they got government assistance. They're not necessarily in the projects. It's just like and most of the times it's the buildings are like that. The buildings are under construction. They're being refurbished. The grass is not cut. There are others in their situation like that. There are a lot of uh, other problematic people walking around and about. Look, I'm not trying to criticize. I'm just simply stating fact. Um, you guys, do you want to live like that? That's a decision, man. And can you do better? If you can do better, you should do better. But can you do better? Well, let's talk about if you choose to stay. If you choose to stay, how do you handle it? Okay, you treat it just like anybody else. You pay no attention to the roaches that are crawling on the wall. You just don't pay no attention to that stuff. The bathroom leak, the smells, the rusted stove. You pay no attention to that. You listen and you let her know that, you just here to have fun. You just let her know like that right here. I got a bad relationship. Right now, I am not looking for nothing serious. I ain't trying to tie nobody up, and I don't want to be tied up. And then, okay, now she knows that. So we dating, but I really ain't gonna. I mean, I'm gonna date you. We gonna go out. We gonna have fun. We'll eat. if you introduce your child to me, if uh, I'll make sure, depending on whatever her age is, I'll bring her a gift, a toy, no problem at all. I'll swing by, grab something. Okay, here you go. I'm Mr. Bill. Okay, hey, how you doing? And then back to her. And uh, but her, there will be no gifts. As far as I'm saying, there will be no now, unless you want to do that. So you can't have it both ways. Do you want to do it? Do you want to give her stuff? Yes or no? You can't have it both ways. And that's what a lot of guys see. Look, it's only a few men who are players. It's only a few. That is not the norm. How many players would you say out of every 10 men? I'd say maybe three. Three real players out of every 10 men. So it means 7 men, they're not players. So when you start talking about you want it both ways, see, that's player territory. That's player territory. When you say you want to pump and dump, and then you looking at your phone, and she done left 3 messages, she wants you to come back for more, and she know what it is. That most men will never get that. Most men just won't get that type of treatment. Now, how involved should you be in her improvement? Some would say you shouldn't be involved at all. Some would say that. uh, how involved should you be in her improvement? I don't know, man. I mean, I'm gonna be for real with you, bro. If she in assisted housing, no car, 5 hours, doing something for the government so she can maintain her money, and she has really nothing in her place. That's not even her place, really. Man, we gonna get into that quick, man. We gonna get into that quick. We got now. She got to be trying to get out of that. Now, she got to be saying, "Hey, I know I can do better than this. I know I can do better." She got to be. That's got to be coming from her. Because as a man, you got to respect yourself. You got to respect yourself, man. You can't date if she's content being broke, content with her kid is pushed off to somebody, and she's happy with it. You don't want to deal with it. You got to let that go. Then you just got to get up. You got to be up. You also got to deal with it from a position of abundance. That's another thing too. That's another man. When you go, and I've been in plenty of them, when you go into these places, you got to get rid of your thirst, man. That's gonna crowd your judgment, and you also got to be realistic. You just got to be realistic, man. What's your next move? So you going back to school? Did you know they have this type of program? Did you know you can do this? No, I'm good. So what you doing? I'm just gonna roll up and watch Jennifer Hudson. Nah, man. I mean, like, do you want to do it? See, that's what I'm saying. I think that's one of the biggest problems for a lot of men. They got to make up their mind. You got to make up your mind, man. Oh, just like with marriage, do you want to get married or do you want to be single? Which is it? You have to make up your mind. You get married, you need to focus on your marriage. You need to focus on being a husband. You've made a decision to get married. You get married, but you want to be a player. You just create more problems for yourself, man. You're creating more problems for yourself, especially in America. The legal problems that you get yourself into. Now, you want to be single because you smashing. You stay single. You break up because she wants a commitment. Well, that comes with being single. You're gonna lose a few. That's the way it is, man. But you done fine-tuned your craft, so now you even better. So what did you get from that relationship? You got even better now. So she can leave. And I'm not saying it won't matter, but I'm saying you'll replace her eventually. But we don't want to just come up here and be ridiculous. And she must improve. And let me tell you why she got to improve. You can't sacrifice all your hard work for somebody who really don't want anything and who's comfortable with nothing. You're sacrificing everything you've done for that. And your influence on her should make her better. It should make her want to be better. It should make her realize, okay, this guy that I'm dating, he's not like those other guys. This guy I met, he ain't like those other guys. He ain't like my baby daddy. When he leaves, I feel so positive. I feel so lifted. I enjoy his company. That's the way she's got to feel. You talking about you going over there, hanging out, blowing blunts, smashing, pumping, dumping, and leave. You come back in another week. She's still doing the same thing. Look, if that's the best you can do, that's your business. As a man, you should be able to do much better than that. There's got to be signs of improvement. And a lot of them are down bad. Let me say that. These women ain't got nothing, man. A lot of them don't. Some of them do. A lot of them don't. They're not going to tell you. When you get out that car and you're going up to that place, look at that window. Look at that plywood. Why you think it's up there? When she say it's under construction, you say, okay, how long you been here? She say 2 years. She say, how long that plywood been here? 2 years. He say he's waiting on the contract. They put in, but they haven't got paid yet. They're waiting on the contract to go through. 2 years? Wait a minute, you had paid? Yep. Yep, they do. Leaky bathroom. But don't be a guy who think you can go in there and change that. But if you choose to continue, right now you got to go possibly meet her family. You got to deal with that, man. Now, if you meet her family and her family are street or her family stay in the same complex a couple of buildings over, you're gonna have trouble. You're gonna have trouble, man. If her family members, brothers are strugglers, you got nice things. They're gonna feel intimidated by that. They're gonna get pissed off. They're not gonna like you. They're gonna want her to date someone like them, a thug who has really no upside, jail until gets passed away at 30. But when they see you're not living like that, right? Because you dating her, they're gonna start to question you. And they're not gonna like that because her mom or other people gonna start comparing you to them. And that just creates more conflict. And that's this. Guys think there's that you don't have to do the dynamics. It don't matter if you go at the top or the bottom. You still got to deal with. If you go overseas, which these dudes never talk about, if you go to a foreign country, they got top, they got women at the top, they got women who are first choice, they got women who are on the bottom, absolute bottom. You got thirsty dudes from all over the world, thirsty dudes go to these countries, and a lot of them get wives. You know, A lot of them get wives, but it's a lot of thirsty dudes. But those people in those countries, the women that a foreign man can get, they're not want those women are not wanted by them. I'm telling you like that. You're only dealing with a small, if you're dealing with a population of 5 million, of that 5 million, maybe 50,000 will date outside of their race, maybe. And then as a black man, even smaller number will date a black man. So out of 50, maybe 15. And then you got to compete with all the other foreigners. And then she has to be the right age. You want kids, she got to be within that childbearing age. You want a wife, all of that stuff comes in. Is she too old? So that numbers come down. I lived over there, brother. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you that. And you need to have you some money. First thing, forget that. If I decided to go, if I made a decision to go overseas, the first thing I'm gonna do is get my money right. What I mean by that, I will go over there eh, with my resume or whatever to do the job. I gotta have a job. I got a job. Okay, you get over there and they paying you, and you got income coming from America, you good. But don't go over there just on your income from America. You're gonna run out of money. But yeah, if you over there, you working. Because another thing, the working eats up time you would be spending that you would be using spending money. So as much as you would think, okay, I want to have all these days off, you don't need all that time off. You need to go and put that 8 hour in and then, Friday or whatever, or have enough clout where you could take a couple of days, based on your situation. Hey, I ain't gonna be able to do Wednesday and Thursday. I'll see you Monday, and they say, okay, because you're trying to do something, but most of the time you're working, just like they work. And once again, no disrespect to the red light district. It serves a purpose. And it would be the same thing over there. If you choose to date, if they on the bar, if you choose to date them, bro, you better have you some money. You better get your checkbook out, bro. You gotta take care of their family. You don't have a choice. But that's fine though, because let me get out of there because they don't want they don't want it. They gotta go over there and find out for themselves, man. Now, let's go back to down bad. Okay. Struggle romance. Okay, now if you serious, well, I'm tell you this. If you serious about a struggle romance, right? Serious, it's an age thing too. Like if she going through it, she 23 or 20. One kid, 20. You need to be like 21. You need to be 21. You don't need to be, if you 31, it's going to be hard to go through a struggle with her because you are older person. You got 10 years basically as an adult. You're going to have a hard time trying to go through a struggle with her, man, because you so far advanced and she's so far behind, man. No car, probably no license. Government is paying for. Look at that. Look at the place. Plywood on the window. Uh, People hanging around the car next. You park next to a car. Somebody done knocked the window out. They went and got a trash bag and stuck it on the window. You be like, well, why did package tape for fixing the fender? It was like, man, who taught you how to fix a car? That's gonna be a problem, man. But if you 21, it ain't no problem, man. It's an experience. Enjoy yourself, man. You and her enjoy yourself. This y'all starting anew, man. Take on the world together. You'll be all right. You shouldn't have a whole lot at that age anyhow. How much should you have? What you gonna do with a couch? What if you get put out? What you gonna do with a couch? It's gonna sit on the sidewalk. You don't need to accumulate all that stuff, man. And what's up with you, DeBoer? And a thing you need to really worry about. He said malls. I'm looking at the chat. Malls are for young kids. Um, if you can't go to Thailand, what state would you recommend to go? Man, once again, that's gonna be a money thing. You know what I mean? Thailand. You don't have to go to Thailand. You can go to the DR. You don't have to go way over there, Thailand. You can go right over there, right off of Miami. They got projects and Section 8 in Miami. I mean, it just depends on what you're trying to do. Now, it's easier jobs. There's more jobs, and they do pay more. So you can move to Miami, and then you can go to the DR or Colombia and all those different places over there. It's just like a little sprint flight, pretty affordable. But you don't have to go way to Thailand. And Thailand got a lot of rules, man. That you can get locked up easy in Thailand. I don't think you can kick. You can't throw money. You can't do that, man. And they're gonna charge you, man. You have to. Let me tell you something. American immigration. We see this thing with Trump, but America, they don't even enforce their immigration. People come across the border in America and they work for 80 years. Nicki Minaj is not a Nicki Minaj is an illegal alien. She's an unauthorized immigrant. Nicki Minaj don't have no paperwork. You cannot, absolutely cannot do it in those foreign countries. They just won't tolerate it, man. They're gonna come looking for you. What is it? 4 months, you get a visa. It's a 3-month visa, and then you got to renew that visa. You got to go down there and wait, and then you can renew it again. And then after that, you're gonna have trouble because they're gonna know what you're doing here. Why you need to stay here so long? You're on a tourist visa. You don't need, and that's more money. That's what I'm saying. They're gonna be like, okay, well, you can stay here a year. And we need $2,000. And then next year, what you gonna do? You gotta give them another two. And you pay taxes on your foreign salary. You pay taxes there, and you pay taxes in America. Still American citizen. Flights back and forth, that's money. That's what I mean. As long as you got money coming in, some people go overseas and they create businesses. So that offsets the money they may be getting. You could retire from the post office and at 41 move overseas. But what are you going to do when you get there? And what I'm saying, you're just walking around, going on this date, going here to eat. Your money's going to slowly go down because those are expenses. But if eight of those hours you're working, even if you're driving an Uber, if you know how to drive over there, that's income coming in, and that's smart because that's less money going out. Now, here in America, right? You can roll the dice, man. A lot of men do. A lot of men do. But you also got to deal with she's probably been pumped and dumped before. So there might be some bitterness. There might be some business. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe the other guy was able to come in, pump and dump. Maybe the other guy was able to come in and manipulate. Maybe, but you can't, and you're not going to be allowed to do it. And if you're a real Mac, why do you have to why do you have to mess with chicks with, in the projects or government assistance? You're a real Mac. Do the pumping and dumping to the baddies. Right? Right? That's how you do it, right? Okay, embarrassment. You embarrassed. You shouldn't be. If that's what you got, that's what you got, man. You can't reinvent the wheel. You're not that's not a pulling a rabbit out of the hat. If the only one that's hitting your phone up, if the only one that's inviting you over, she got her own place. If the only one is talking right, man, whether you like it or not, you can stay out there. That's up to you. That's what I'm saying. And let me say this. I keep trying to tell guys this. You don't have to go on no YouTube and tell the world your business. I don't understand that. Okay, your old lady, the woman you date now, lives in assisted housing. She ain't got no car. She ain't got no furniture. She don't even know what her next move gonna be. You don't have to tell nobody that, man. But you do need to understand that that is not a positive outcome for any man. Any man who deals with that is risking a lot. Let me tell you something. This is the way I look at that. If she's in a situation like this, right? First of all, her people, her family didn't come through for her because the assisted housings for single women here are way better than that. Way better than that. But they do, when they run out of a supply, you'll go here right now. What I have done in the past, and I've seen it happen, is always recommended nursing. And many of the times, they either dropped out, they got pregnant, so they dropped out. They were planning on doing it. And I tell them, you really need to think about that again because, in 5 years from now, things will be a lot better. And you have a kid now, you really need to do it. And that's it, and that's what I'm saying. I'm sitting next to her. That's my game. Not saying stop stripping and nothing like that. I'm saying that's my game. And 3, 4 years later, you find her, she's graduated. And that's what I'm talking about. She's went to school, she graduated, did what she had to do, put herself in a big position. And then that's somebody that you can date. You don't have to hide it. You're somebody you can date. And you can still date them if they're improving. But no, don't date them down bad. Don't be down bad yourself, man. Don't be down bad yourself, man. I know you can do better. The game is to be sold, not told. I heard that, brother. We got a letter, man. We're helping people, man. And at the end of the day, you got to look at your own situation, man. You know what? We ain't really talking about foreign dating, but I will talk about foreign dating. Let me tell you something about foreign dating. We play this game. You say Thailand, right? You think there are not incels in Thailand? There are Thailand men, whatever you call them, Thai men. They're incels. I'm sure right now, if you went on Google and searched it, you could find a Thai No, well, not on YouTube, but on Google. You find a Thai incel group, probably on Reddit somewhere. There's incel men in Thailand, and there's incel American men in Thailand. They paint that picture like it's a guarantee. It's a guarantee if you pay for it. If you going over there and you pay them, yeah, well, yeah, if you pay them, you can do what you want to do if you pay them. Well, it's going to be on the property, and they're going to have your information. And believe me, bro, they ain't like America, bro. You do not want to run afoul of the law over there. But yeah, but if you talking about you out here dating, women give dudes bad numbers, they lie to dudes. Um, I wouldn't say they're gonna use you. They really, where they can, but it's gonna be in a relationship. It's a different way they do it. They don't do it the American way. They do it with family. They get you hooked, and then all of a sudden they start telling you about their family. They get you hooked, and then now they want to tell you about their mama need this, their brother need this, their cousin need this, and you gonna go broke. You're gonna be just another dude on these YouTubes who done went broke overseas, and you coming back a year later to tell your tale. Well, it don't have to happen, man. So, struggle dating. Should you do it? You should. You should do it if you can't do better. You know if you can do better or not. That shouldn't be your intention. But if that's where the chips fall, that's where you need to go with the chips, man. You get out here and you struggle date. You make it happen. Like the stream, man. We're responding to some letters we got. I might have to make me another a game channel because I don't think this channel think it's been changed so much that struggle dating. Now, judgment or criticism, whether you like it or not, whether you like it or not, other men, they're gonna judge you, bro. They're gonna judge you. They're gonna want to know. I mean, they're gonna say, "Well, how could you? Well, why would you deal with her, bro? That's the best you can do." Hey, man, I think you can do better. I think you can do better. So that come with it, man. Now, can you do better? Who knows? Uber, you can rent a car. I can go. I can meet someone, help her rent a car, let her ride Uber, bring some salary in, and she can get back on her feet like that. Yeah, I can help for something like that. It's a Uber. She's making money on Uber now. She's sustaining herself. Somebody she gave her a little help, something like that. Now she can go to school, and now she can do the things that you expect her to do. But no, don't even deal with a man if there's no plan for improvement. You ain't got no plan for improvement, don't deal with them. And if you the type of dude you don't care, then you ain't you're gonna pay for that. You're gonna pay for that. You're gonna pay for that in child support. You're gonna pay for that dealing with her when her ex got out of jail. You're gonna pay for that. You're gonna pay for that. But let's just be for real. If you're a jailhouse dude, if you're a dude that's going through it, now on some real stuff. If you stand with someone, I mean, who knows? Maybe you washed out of college. Maybe you got fired. Maybe you got locked up. Maybe you can't hold a job, right? If you're going through that, you should look at your options and just accept, hey man, I'm gonna go ahead and move in with her. I'm just gonna go ahead and move in with her. And don't be ashamed of that. And do that little run. Maybe you get a good 5 years and then whatever it dissolve. Okay, that ain't bad. That's not the end of the world. He said, dude legitimately hated me for pulling nice looking ladies while I was temporarily unemployed. Well, now they come with it. The jealousy comes with success. It's just the way it is, man. If you're a man who's successful with women, the men around you are going to dislike you. Misery loves company. So if you're successful and they're not, they're going to be mad at you. And that's why you don't even pay attention to that. You expect that to happen. You can do that at a job. You can go to a job. They do that on YouTube. You can have a YouTube channel. Thirsty niggas gonna try to attack it because they thirst buckets and they come on YouTube for women. But if they see women coming around a channel, they'll get mad, tell lies, make up stuff. I've seen them do it. But that come with success. When you're a successful man, as a successful man, you have to separate yourself anyhow. So it don't really matter what they think. They're not going to be in your section when you go. That's the whole thing about success, bro. Success will get you your own booth. It'll get you in a private area where you don't have to deal with the trash. It'll get you nice things so you don't have to deal with the trash, man. When you walk out the club, you can see the thugs and the animals hanging around outside the door. You don't have to deal with that. And it'll be the female, the women just hanging around. You don't have to hang around because you have achieved a certain goal, so you get to live a certain kind of way. It's scraping the pot. When you see dudes hanging outside the club when it closed, they scraping the bottom of the pot, man. They trying to get every bean out the pot. That is not the play of winners. That's a loser's play. If you're a winner, the women are going to follow you to your car. There's no need for you to do it. When you get up, here they come. You can call, doo, 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 doo. Hey, I'm going to my car. Now she's picking up her phone and now she's coming with you. That's how it, and I see that. I see the men who fail. I see the men who succeed. The whole point is there are men who succeed. I've worked in the nightclub, strip club, entertainment business for years. I saw the dudes who succeeded, and I saw exactly how they left that club. I saw those women getting up following them. I never saw them cats hanging outside. Never saw that. It was always the thirsty dudes. It was always, and I've done that. I'm not, I've been out there in that parking lot. Well, we talking about younger days though, man. I'm talking about 20 and stuff like. I mean, like 20. Yeah, I did it when I was 20. Would I do it again? Nah, nah. If the way I look at it, if I can't get information where she's sitting or where she is, then I don't want it outside. I might, because then that's when you lower your own value. You up here hanging out, hanging off cars, getting run over. Yeah, now, man. Nah. And they remember that. The women remember stuff like that. They remember you was the dude in the parking lot. All that stuff comes back on you. Okay, but that's a different subject, man. Look, the way it is, down bad, that's a decision you got to make. I would recommend no man really do it under 30. Um, the younger, the better. And I say that from the standpoint is evolution. Like as you get both people, you get older and you get better or better things come to your life, same thing. So there you navigate a path out of that situation. But when it's you 35, she 23, and she's in the hood like that, it's gonna be hard for you. If you have had enjoyed any type of success, it's gonna be hard for you to be around that. I mean, it's gonna be hard to be a plywood on the. You're gonna have a hard time doing that, man. Unless they're on the windows you have now. Unless they're already on the windows you have. The bent blinds and stuff like that. Somebody done yanked the blind, the fish grease all over the walls. That's just, but then again, beggars can't be choosy. If the state says you can stay here because you broke, okay, well then I ain't got no problem with that. I mean, but then again, I'm saying for somebody who might be enjoyed some success, they may have an issue with it. They may have an issue with the bathroom leak, with the roaches on the wall, with the fish stain, fish grease smeared all over the walls where the kids been playing. They might. So it's a possibility that could be a problem. But okay, we're not talking about men being broke, but yeah, you brought it up. We did a thing long time ago, bare bones macking. Bare bones. When you don't have nothing, you bare bones macking. Bare bones. That's I mean, look, man, you got this. It's basically survival. It's just survival, man. You're gonna have to, what you gonna do, man? You're gonna sit around sulk about your problems, or you gonna get out there and get it, man. And the worst that can happen is she says no. And don't listen. See, this is what men know. Men know women go on social media, they go on these panels, they'll go on Jennifer Hudson, they'll go on these talk shows, uh uh they'll go down there with Paul Pierce, and they'll claim that they only date top tier men, they only date successful men, they demand a $50,000 a month salary, and they'll say that. And if you listen to that, you're an idiot. And the women date regular broke dudes all the time, all the time. And guys know that, That's why a broke dude will get out there, no job. His clothes, he got his clothes on, but he's basically got no job and he don't have no car. His car been repoed. He got dropped off there. But you'll notice he gets a lot of activity from the ladies, a lot. And you'll get mad and in your feelings that he don't eliminate himself because you don't think he needs to be in there because you think the men in there should have nice things. That's what you think. He's not trying to date you. He's trying to date her. And you listen to some gobbledygook about all this. Men and women date regular. And you don't have to be broke. I'm just saying they date regular dudes all the time. It's your game, bro. If you know what you're talking about. If you got your game tight, they date regular dudes all the time. All the time. Yeah, I have to find that, man. I might have that somewhere. I don't know where. That's on probably a hard drive somewhere, but but yeah, if you doing the dating, if you doing the struggle dating, if you young, I stand on that. If you young and you doing this, people don't really have expectations for someone who's young. If you 23 and your girlfriend stay here and you 23, people that's not going to have any. There's nothing to say. I mean, no, what can a person criticize? But if you 35, there's going to be why haven't you moved her out of here? And um, is this the best you can do? Whether you like it or not, that's what's going to happen. And yeah, at 23, at 23 they'll date you. They're gonna have 40-year-old men coming down there. They'll date you. But at some point, somebody's gonna have to make a change. Yeah, yeah, I got him. Don't worry about it. I got him. He said you took a lot down. Yep. Man, I must have took down maybe 600 video. I think about like 3 years. Don't but it's all right. It's okay. That's in the past too, man. So I need to hire me somebody to go through all that and put a best of play. Yeah, come I'm joking, man. I'm absolutely joking. I never do nothing like that. Okay. We was talking about overseas, fam. Here in America, the fam. Fam matters in America. You're gonna have to deal with her family, man. No matter what you say, you got to deal with her family. So in many cases, you need to just go ahead and elevate, man. You need to elevate. That's all you can do is do better. That's it. You can't do nothing else but do better. And anytime you see plywood and people are living in the building, before you go into that house, you might want to just turn around, man. 'Cause you might have to think, where did I go wrong? It could be a crossroads. Like I said, it's a crossroads. I've as I've traveled, I've been in plenty of these, plenty, plenty. Have no problem with it. With it, I don't have no problem with that. None. Hey man, but we also talking about a guy who was young, right? I'm talking about a guy who was 23, 24, 22, right? That's where you are. You don't know. You meet her, y'all lay together. You don't know where she lives. You get there. Turns out she lives in a dwelling that looks like that. So what do? You see what I'm saying? But I, like I said, I did it young. But there are men out here 45 who hanging around or got girls up in places like this. If that's what, not my thing, but if that's what you want to do, like the stream, man. Now, the incel guy, he said malls and grocery stores. Okay, like I said, I wouldn't. Those would not be the places. If I, this guy says he's an incel, those would not be the place I would go. You need, if you're an incel, you need to just do some type of community service. You need to go volunteer, man. Forget the dating. If you're an incel and you know you're an incel, you need to go volunteer for community service. Feeding the homeless, uh, working, with some type of group where they clean up or they do something to help. Um, you need to get in a group setting, and you need to achieve within the group setting before you even think about dating. And those opportunities exist, man. You don't have to go to these malls. Don't do that. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. You give yourself about 3 months feeding the homeless, picking up chairs, setting up tables, taking down chairs, removing tables, helping as far as the dishes, helping with the pots, talking to the homeless, dealing with the other people. Give yourself about 3 months of that. Then go and date. Then go and date. Then I would say then go date. Now I wouldn't go to the mall. And another thing, you got to start communicating with people, man. You have to communicate. I would communicate with the people that I'm helping. The people that I'm helping, the people who's with me. Okay, this group of people, uh, 15 of them are from Mount Olive Church. The other 13 are from a Facebook group. And they've all decided to come out here. And what we're going to do is we're going to feed the homeless. Okay, there's the truck. And here are the pots and all that, and the chairs and all that. So, and they'll sit down and they'll just set the group up. Okay, you guys go and do this. Okay, you guys go and do this. These are my servers, and all. And then you go and do it. And now, what you do is you say you're incel. You got to talk to those people, man. You got to talk to those people. You can only talk to the men to start it out, to try to figure out what's going on in the community. But you're gonna have to get over that other stuff, man, because you can't do it as an incel. You really can't date as an incel. You can't. You can't. And the guy told me he ain't having no. His confidence is cracking down. Nah, man. You really can't date as an incel. The next day, the day after, right? That's what everybody talks about. Yeah, you got to deal with it. So you smash. You considered yourself an incel. You smashed. Did you change overnight? Now you got to deal with that person. Now you got to deal with that person's. What about your personality? Oh, you don't have one? That ain't gonna work. And it ain't gonna work right here either. Being if it's not gonna work right here. You say, why do we have so many incels in the black community? I don't think it's looked upon as well. You have some guys who say they're incels, right? But I don't think black people don't look at it that way. Black people don't look at it as you're an incel. They don't look at it that way. It's like, um, you gotta go solve your problem. That's how they look at it. That's how they look. Don't look at it as you're an incel. Hey man, you can't get none. Check it out. I got you. I got a partner. Okay, yeah. Look at it, man. She thick. Check it right here. She'll do this and that with you. Come on, man. Get your rhythm back. Well, yeah, incel. They don't look at it as incel. Now, when you say on YouTube, I mean, I don't know. You'd have to. I have no idea. I know, and that would be all men. When you really, if you want to be honest, if you really went by a definition, that really would be all men. But that's what if that's what they want to believe. That's another thing. Thank you for reminding me that. Stop calling yourself an incel. No, I mean, the guy got his email. I know who he is, but he shouldn't refer to himself as an incel. That he can at least start doing that. Focus. He'll be able to achieve what he's looking for. And a lot of that is community. How separated are you from the community? I mean, like, what do you do? And that's what I'm saying. A lot of it is just that. If I move to Dominican Republic, I still got to be a part of the place I'm living. You say, okay, strip clubs and night streetwalkers. That ain't being part of the community, man. It's more to that community than that. And that's what I'm saying. As a smart man, you got to want more, man. Forget that. That ain't going nowhere. Forget that. That's the last place you go. And it really starts with that. How much invested are you in the community? Because from the community, you get familiar with people. From the community, you find out about events you would never find out about. And from there, you gravitate to what your goals are. And relationships you build are gonna be so much more better. So much more better. When you say, should you go to a foreign country, or no, forget a foreign country, should you go to Florida and deal with women in the red light district or women at Florida State? What do you think? I think you answered your own question. What do you think? I mean, come on. It's just overall, it's not even say they're getting married, it's just overall better. And you see all of these guys with money, you see all of these guys with all this money. They keep trying to deal with these women, and these women turn around and expose them. You see the thing with ABBA. We saw the thing with Fresh. We saw the thing with Myron, Shannon, all of these dudes. All of these dudes go out here and try to spend money, and then that woman switches up on them. And they're not, and the reason they're not dating college women is because they don't feel they deep down inside, they don't feel that they are worthy of that type. They feel the only thing they're worthy is someone they can manipulate by using money. And if they can't manipulate them by money, they're afraid to date outside of that dynamic. And see, they teach that here. They teach use your money to get. They lead with your wallet. They teach that, and we see every time it keeps failing. Lead with your wallet. She gets pregnant. You don't want to have a kid. Lead with your wallet. She hits the internet and tells the world. So how is it working? One would say it's not working. Look, struggle dating. When you're going out and you to tell you to come on by my place. I got my own place, and you park your car and you question what's going on, and you go around, and then there it is. You got plywood on the windows. Um, you call to make sure this is the right address. She says, "Yeah, I'm right here." You walk up, you knock on the door. It's a lightly furnished, looks like some type of government adjusted income place, typical big screen TV, maybe a PlayStation, put it on BT. Should you continue? Like I said, it depends on your age. You should continue if you like 22, but you can get on the fire department. You don't have to date like that. You could be 22 on a fire department. In the next 30 years, you'll be retired with nice salary. You'll get a nice salary from that. You didn't go to college, and you in this type of place with a woman. That's a mistake, man. Not for you, because you have a lot of things that you could lose. But yeah, if you 22 and you just a regular dude, you work at the store, that you could do that. You could do that. It's not going to impact you in a negative way. He dropped the link, man. He said be a lot of thickness in these type places. Well, there you go, man. Join the fun. It do be a lot of that. I was out. Oh, I was out there about a year ago. Um, and a couple of those women came out. Man, they were them some thick junks. They don't be wearing. They don't wear a lot of clothes either. I I was out there in the daytime though. I didn't see a lot of dudes, but I don't know. Like the stream, man. Like the stream. We got the join link posted. I got a request. I wanted to go over that. And if you have a question, we'll take your question too. Um, the most of the guys won't make content like this because they paint a picture of the dating world where all the men are dating top women and they all got money and the reason they're struggling is the women just don't know better and and come on, that's just being ridiculous, being absolutely ridiculous. Nah, man, people date from all people date from the middle class, they date from the upper class, and yeah, a lot of dudes smash poor chicks. A lot of them do. Now, do they talk about it? No, no, they don't want to talk about. We're gonna talk about it over here, though, bro. See, we're gonna solve problems over here. We're gonna have a conversation about it over here because we know they do. Now, the whole point was, should you? Right? It depends. Like I said, if you're young, do it. But if you're in your 30s, she's 21, 22, you need to think twice about that. I'm sorry, man. She's got to do more with her life for you to deal with her. You just as a man who's lived that long, you cannot deal with someone who's got a long way to go. Now, you can do what you want to do, and most of these dudes do. And that's why they wind up in the situation they're in. They wind up in that child support court. They wind up in a fight. They get locked up. They lose their job. They wind up getting robbed. They wind up getting robbed. That's what I'm saying. You could do what you want to do. If I was
Get her out.
20, I'd do it. If I was in my 30s, I'd think twice about it. It's not box is box. Okay, I don't have to be in a relationship. Box is box. Okay, I can go get some box. It's not worth my life. It's not worth the price I got to pay. I wouldn't disagree. Box is box, right? But I don't have to get it every time. And if it's coming from a situation where when I walk up and she got plywood on the windows, I hate to tell you, for me, I'm not interested. Not no hater. I hope for the best of the way. She ain't the only person living there. There's other women there. But nah, man. In those buildings, let me tell you something. Those people have contracts. It might take them a year and a half to get the money to pay the people to come and put in new windows. In the meantime, they'll throw up plywood and they'll tell you the plywood will be off in 60 days. 2 years later, it's still up there. And when you put that board up there like that, you're gonna get ants. All of that's gonna be trying to come into that place. What's up with you, DeBoer?
Man, like yourself, bro. Listening, man. I mean,
Oh
you
man,
saying some real
DeBoer.
things this morning. You say
Your
you
phone
say
is
what?
messed up, DeBoer. I can barely hear you.
I was saying, man, up getting to it,
Okay.
like yourself, man. Listening to you, and you saying some real things this morning as far as men dealing with women. Making choices,
Mm-hmm.
dealing with a chick that ain't really got nothing going on, and you got something to lose. You should at least
Okay.
protect yourself as much as
So you
possible.
seriously, you would walk away from that?
Oh yeah, I do it all the
Okay.
time.
Okay.
I I can kick it with you. That's what I told you before. And I was up here the other night, with the chick that be coming on. I ain't gonna say her name, but I was telling it, most chicks is one two times you really kind of find out who they are based on conversation if you're asking the right questions, and you're paying attention to how she moving, the excuses she making about her life. You got a choice. Either you can stick around or you walk away. And most people really ain't worth it, especially when you start thinking about what you got going on. You don't want to put in that much time and be then wasted it. Or somebody will play with you. No, you just got
Yeah,
to
but
learn to walk away.
Tabor, I'm serious. I'm having a hard time believe that you would turn that corner and see that plywood and wouldn't go ahead, and knock on the door and hey and go inside for a while and then come on out. Get back in your car, and think about if you're gonna continue to try to date her. But you saying you wouldn't go nowhere near that.
Nah, I ain't saying that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm going. but I also I
Oh
also know
man,
that I'm just keeping the buck with you, right?
I got you.
Uh, I'm going, but I
Appreciate it
also
too. I appreciate your honesty too, man. Because see, we got a guy in the chat says don't date ghetto trash. See, there he'll say that, but we know guys be down there. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, Tabor.
yeah, his whole lineup probably trash. But no shade at you though, player. But I'll go. But based on the position I'm in, I don't have to be there for long. You know what I'm saying? Once I get there, and I'm looking around. I'm in the hood. Yeah, we gotta go. Let's go. We can still do everything we was talking about. We just don't need to be doing it here. You know what I'm saying? Because if it ain't her, it's somebody else around her that could be hating when you start really, sticking around or learning about this person. But I ain't gonna hold you. I'll be there for a second, yeah, but we gotta go. But I don't even be outside like that. That's just too much, man. You can't tell somebody nothing when they living like that, bro. They think they got it figured out. They maneuver in the system, so they get a few $100 in some stamps. They on Section 8. They got a couple dollars in their pocket. They got the new J's maybe, or just got a new bag. So she winning. You can't tell her nothing, man.
Yeah, yeah, man. Um, another thing too. He said ghetto trash. I'm not willing to go that far with that because you, that's the whole point. Self improvement, and I'm talking about the woman, not the guy. I'm saying she's down there. A lot of them women, man, they can recover from that little mistake, man. Yeah, this is down bad. This is a woman that's down bad, but she can recover from that.
When she ready on her
Well, she,
terms.
she needs to get ready when if she's dating you, she needs to be doing it or she's about to do it. It'll be no 6 months from now. You need to start today, or you don't deal with her. Simple as that. That's up to her, man. And that's what I'm saying. If she says, "Okay, you ain't worth me changing," then you know you're wasting your time. You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying
Yeah,
you gotta have standards. So if you got standards, you'll say, now if you thirsty, you're right. You're gonna keep messing with her. You're gonna get robbed. Um,
possibly.
you probably gonna get a disease.
Yeah.
You're gonna wind
That,
up
that
getting another baby put on you. So that's up to you though, man. And you chose to date that. The improvement is her earning the right to date you. Simple as that.
just be it in your energy.
Yep.
She should earn that right. I mean, I get it initially. It'd be a certain way, but then, again, one or two times, it's just you done had certain conversations with her, and you see where she at. You got a choice. You got a choice, man. And I get the low hanging fruit, and you just want to keep something on the team. But you guys, most dudes got to keep in mind, bro. That even if you got something going on and she ain't got nothing going on, you at work, you just got. There's a possibility you sharing it with somebody that's giving the less, and she cool with the less, cause that's how she operate. You can see that.
Mm-hmm.
I had a last night. I called my baby mom, cause my daughter she on summer break, and we chopped it up for about almost an hour and a half, 2 hours, and me and her was having a conversation about different things in life and where she at. You know what I'm saying? She know how I get down. Like I've always been a worker. When she met me, I was working a certain amount of hours a day downtown Houston. She was working security. You know what I'm saying? Based on how she was, it was kind of a matchup on how she worked. But then I guess it took maybe like a year and a half, maybe 2 years almost, to really just see how, because you'll be around somebody, but you ain't really around them, and you just choose to overlook. And I choose to overlook certain things. You know what I'm saying? Because I know how most chicks are. Certain things ain't sustainable. It can go on for a little bit, but she can only fake it for so long. You know what I'm saying? But I'm cool enough to go to her house, and I went to her house the last time I was home for my daughter's birthday, and she was dating a new dude or talking to a new dude, and I met him. You know what I'm saying? Showed up to her house early in the morning, shook his hand. You know, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I smoked with him or whatever, and he didn't think that I was like the way I am. And I tell my baby mom, you can't tell people we cool like we cool, and I can tell you we not smashing, but you gonna believe what you want. You know what I'm saying? But he not gonna feel like that because my baby mama go move how she move, but that ain't gonna stop me from doing for my kid. I'll tell you that all the time. You
Okay.
know, but
Yeah, I
but
got
most
you.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, no, go ahead and finish, bro.
But he come to find out he my age and he does less. You feel what I'm saying? So we
Okay.
both in our 40s. He ain't really got too much. He around
Mm-hmm.
messing with chicks that he think can like get on top of like I guess move in and start to
Mm-hmm.
extract resources. But I have conversations with my baby mama. Now you need to stop messing with bum dudes. You got girls. Your girls watching you. And if you messing with a
Yeah.
bum dude, they gonna think it's that also that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that ain't smart.
Well,
So
yeah,
go
and
ahead.
yeah, but um, but that's what that would be. You're right. Someone who makes all these bad decisions. That's someone you just simply got to let go. Because you can't save them. You know, it's just like they say. Somebody's about the bridge is out, and you're waving your hands, and they keep going. Well, what you gonna do? Jump on the car? You're gonna just have to watch them. They'll go over the bridge.
Yeah, on their own.
So, 21-year-old that's in this situation, um, you can say, okay, we can do something. I don't mean you got to do it that day. I mean, the next day, the first day, you see where she's living. She ain't got no car. Her mama got her kid. She ain't got no furniture, right? And she's at a crossroads. You could be older and you could say, okay, I was thinking about this and I realized, I know some people and they were telling me, if you fill this out, there's a program where you can get childcare and they'll help you get into nursing school. And once you graduate, the hospitals have a program to start you out with this, to do all of that.
Job
And
placement.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You say, and this is what I want to do. Right? I mean, this is what I would like for you to do. And you can find out right then. She said, "Nah, I'm all right." That's when you let her know, that you're not gonna date someone, who's not trying to improve themselves. Now, and this is what dudes are afraid to do. They're afraid to draw a line in the sand with women because they're so afraid it's gonna cancel them out of the box. Well, man, you can't live your life where you modify everything you do to get by. You got to let them know that you have value. So they need to do something to earn you. Simple as that, man. No, you got to get in school or do something if you want to date me. Okay, what do you need? You know, got to get out of that situation. And that's easy too, man. You go down there and say, hey, look, I'm saying you take them out the second time. You can say, look around that place. I came to that place. I saw all those guys hanging out there, stray dogs, all these raggedy cars, plywood on the way. That's where you want to live. And then, if like I said, if she don't want it, you take her back. You be done with it. And stop looking at it as you missed out, man. Let that go, man. We, well, that's a different
She
mindset. But what I'm saying, you gotta let it go. And too many guys are afraid to let it go.
she'll drag you down.
Yep.
You can have a whole lot of things going on, man. And I'm talking about you straight winning in life. The energy gonna be bad. You gonna be arguing about stuff. It's gonna spew over to other things in your life. And I can tell you, you don't deserve that because there's other women that will actually listen to you, that will see what you're doing and will want to win. And you got some game, and she go listen. They have I have a chick. Well, not a chick. I know a chick from back in the day. I was probably like 25. No, I was 23. She was 19. I was 23 going 24. Anyway, I met her back in the day, and now she got like 3 kids. And you talking about down bad, man? Dude just got a DV case put on him. Something
Mm,
happened with that. You found say every time she calls, she complaining. She make a $300 a week out in Louisiana. It's just like, yeah, I can't mess with you, G. Like she'll call. You know what I'm saying? I didn't told her before. I was like, man, your energy just bad. I be blocking her, bro. She'll hit me
mm.
from other numbers. I go 3, 4
Yeah,
weeks not talking to her.
but that's not um anything like that is symbolic of something's going on. I mean, I don't know what's going on, but that's sort of a desperation act, and you just simply can't accept that.
Nah, nah. She be wanting me to come through and see her, and I be nah, fam. I got too much going on. I'm not about to take time off my day, or and stop my money to come rock with you. I said it the other night when I was on the phone with the girl that always come up here, about just stopping what I'm doing, and I'm hearing what you saying, but what you saying don't add up, especially when you got kids, you got child support running or whatever. Man, the state of Texas and Louisiana offer you classes to do better, not just giving you food stamps and housing. But they don't want to do nothing because the free classes they ain't even taking. And we talking about career type classes.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, you're right. She goes back. She's left alone, man, and that's what I mean. Then what they'll do is they'll realize they're making a mistake, and like you said, out of nowhere, she's calling you, knowing that you've already told her that you was done with that part, that much.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to move on, man.
And move on,
And,
bro.
and that's where we get into the thirst and all of that, man. Just move on, man, because it's a lot of them out here like that. Now, some of them, like I said, have a lot of potential and they can do better, but some of them don't want to. And a lot of them, guess
Especially when
what?
you
A
go
lot
ahead.
of them come from middle class homes. You got a lot of
Man,
women that's been
that's where she
raised.
came from.
Yeah.
Middle class, bro. Just hard headed. And it's a
Hmm.
choice. She sees she making bad decisions, right, bro? You can't save her. I wanted to say, oh, this is what I wanted to say earlier. You said something about dudes and they'll go like overseas or whatever. And some dudes just have like this Superman complex, bro. You can't save every chick like that. You can try,
Well,
but
I
it's
don't even
only
look at that as saving them.
I do.
No, I don't. I don't think that's. I'm saying they're saving themselves.
Oh no, I'm talking about what she got going on. You trying to change it, even though she been like that. She 30 and she been
No,
like that.
well, that's different. I said she's 21, but if she's
Okay.
30 and you don't care, that's different. But what I'm saying is, and this is the problem in the community. Save them, bruh. What are you gonna talk to her about? If you 30 years old and she 21, what are you going to talk to her about? She ain't got no furniture, no car. She ain't working nowhere, and she ain't in school. What you gonna talk to her about?
Might as well just have your fun and move around.
Okay, there you go. That's what I'm
Have
saying.
fun,
If
bro.
if you can, but then again, as a man, you're supposed to have some standards. There should be some. We can do something, but there's got to be some changes here. Nobody's trying to tell her um, she needs to do it for you. Not she's saving herself. But you don't. I mean, and these are just my opinions, man. Don't listen to me, man. If you want to look at it, he's shaving hoes. And that's why niggas are on the absolute bottom of everything. It's just so fucking stupid. I mean, listen, not you, brother. I'm talking about that
Yeah.
statement. Niggas will throw that stuff out like everything is nigga shit. Everything ain't nigga shit, bro. Everything. There ain't nothing with you giving right advice to someone who may not be understanding their situation. You're 21. You got at least a good 5 years. Okay, you made a mistake. Your dude in jail. Your dude is dead. That's your baby you got to raise. Okay, what kind of life you want to provide for that kid? You want to stay on this shit? Look at this shit. Plywood on the window. They don't cut the grass. Dudes hanging around here. All these raggedy cars. Yeah, what's wrong with somebody? Nobody gonna talk to her. I'm saying, what's wrong with you saying? Oh man, you trying to save her? Okay, if okay, Now I'm a little
and
bit
let me
like I said, I don't even
go
know
ahead.
what you would talk to her about if she's that young and you done had several, you may have been divorced, you might be divorced, you've rented, may even own a house or certainly in a house and understand all the dynamics of life. She don't. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. You got to understand what's the conversation. And you are an older guy. How you gonna be? How you a leader if you don't never? And see, that's what I'm saying. And let me tell you something. These thugs who date these women and give them bad advice, I would instantly cut that. I wouldn't even waste my time with something like that. Like this dude
you-
keeping you in the ghetto. Yeah, he don't want me to leave. I'm sorry, I'm out of here. Hello, you still dating him? Oh, he come back. Yeah, I'm out of here. I mean, waste my time on something. Are you nuts? And some of them are nuts. Some of them are nuts. So you trying to help who wants to be helped, but in the process, you saying, "Hey, I'm a quality man. I don't date women in your situation, but we can do something if you show improvement. You show me that you're doing stuff." Because what I'm trying to tell you, once she knocks out that nursing certificate or degree, you'll see she'll be a completely different person, completely different.
let me add. I know what you just said about the saving situation. So let me kind of expand on that. What I mean by that is like from herself. I'm not even talking about her situation. When we talking about you can give
Mm-hmm.
people all the game in the world, I'm talking about tangible game that if if you rock with her and you told her some things, she can forever move with the information that you done gave her. She don't want to move. She don't want to move. You know what I'm
There
saying?
you go. But it's up to you, though. See, this is the thing, and we both know that if she's impressed with you, if she sees the value in you, she's gonna make the changes, bro.
Yeah.
If she ain't impressed with you, she ain't gonna make no changes.
And some of them just operate, and not even just not. We ain't even just talking about females. Some people just operate in chaos. Right? It's easier to do less and have a little bit than overdo just to have more. And you know you want more, especially in today's time. Money is too easy to get. Like even the job that I do now, I know I don't have to do this job. There's easier ways to get money, to be home every day, to stick to a plan,
Okay.
and be
Okay.
consistent.
Hey man, you know what? If you can get if you can accomplish your goal, that's the whole point, man.
Yeah, that's it. The end game. What's your end game? And if the person that you rocking with ain't helping you get there, then you really wasting your time. Or you
There you
probably set
go.
yourself back. And that you don't want to do that. I've been there. You don't want to do that. 25, thinking I got everything going on, meet my first baby mama, things go left. I got charges now. I can't find a job. I was Gucci before you, but now it's a problem. People lie on you. Like, man, don't ruin your life, man. Try to rock with somebody and they slowly take it from you and you don't realize it. And there's things you see, you know what I'm saying? Certain things you miss because you ain't around them like that, but it'll come out. It always does.
Well,
But don't sell yourself short, man.
and there's nothing wrong with having standards. There's nothing wrong with that.
And don't let
And
nobody shame you for it either.
well, as a grown man, it's really nobody's business. You know what I mean? If you don't have standards, but if you are talking about having a conversation, there's nothing wrong with having standards. Actually, if more men have standards, you wouldn't have the situation we have now. When you look at the Instagram and all that, they know most of these dudes don't have no standards. These dudes thirsty. These dudes spend money. These dudes all up in DMs. These dudes ready to fight. They
Yeah.
stalked out, hanging out. That's what. Look, let me tell you something. Go to the club with your woman, and then leave. And just look around at the guys, and you could probably remember the days when you were just hanging out. Look at these guys. Like, man, why don't you go on home? Like these dudes still hanging out in the parking lot. These dudes still, you can't call you like, damn, when they move, you can't back up because they taking all day because a dude is out there trying to get a number and stuff like, well, man, you was in the club for 4 hours. And
Trying to catch
now,
her when she leaving.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man. I remember them days, man. I remember them days.
And when you say staring, there's nothing wrong with telling a woman you can't date her if she's in that situation, but you can date her if she's improving. And what's the downside of her improving? And as a man, look at the woman you dating now. You're not dating. When her baby daddy was dating her, she was a chick in the projects or whatever. But now that you're dating her, she's going to become a professional woman and doing the things you want her to do. She's, and then you get into the gym and all of that stuff. And what's wrong with that? I don't understand. It's like guys have a problem with that. What do you want to date?
Yeah, most people ain't gonna be exactly where you at. And there's some things you can learn off another person too. You can learn what you don't want. You can learn exactly what you do not want, and the road that it took to get there. But you can also
Yeah.
learn some things. Go ahead, my bad.
No, no, no. Tabor, on the spectrum, you know what that is, right?
What?
Well, it's like a saying, she's on the spectrum.
Oh, she may have a little autism or something like that.
Uh, Now, exactly what it means, no, but
Okay.
maybe some mental issues. A little bit on the spectrum. I don't, anyhow, uh, women from that perspective who may have mental situations, right? And I'm talking about document. I'm not talking about her friends call it. No, I'm talking about she's been in the hospital, right? Um, I've dated. I was a younger person, but I dated a woman. She had that. I didn't know. I didn't know, but she was on it, and her sister told me. Her sister, I think it was like third week. Her sister, I went over, and her sister was there, and she was upstairs, and her sister said, "Be careful with her." And she said, "Don't when she starts getting mad, just don't say anything." Because I said, she said, "You don't know that she had problems." And I was like, "Whoa, I didn't know what she was talking about." And yeah, I guess she was a fighter. I don't know, man. She had some temper problems. But anyhow, everything was cool, man. And then just one day, I hit her up on her Insta. Nothing came back, and then I called, and then her sister had her phone, and her sister said, "Oh, she's down. She's at the mental thing." And I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, they came and got her Friday." I said, "Damn, nah, man." It was like, "Damn, are you serious?" Yeah, and she was like, "I did." She one was gone like 6 weeks,
So she was
and
she was
she got out.
diagnosed.
Yeah, whatever she had, they had to get her medicine right. Like they got to watch her, right? She had some serious stuff. I didn't know that. Um, and yeah, but no, when I think about it though, man, it's sad because when she got out, she called and I didn't pick up the phone. And about a week later, she called and and she, I don't know what she did. I don't know what she's doing, but I'm just saying, before the incident, or all the time, just like a regular person. I don't know what was going on though. So,
She ain't never
so
talked to you about it.
no, fuck no. No, man. I'm not. A, I'm not a doctor, and B, we nah, man. We were nah, man. She was all right.
So she was just trying to be cool, but
No, she just
over
regular.
time she.
Oh man, I mean, I think she was born that way, though. I don't think it was something. I don't know because I can't even describe it. But what I'm saying is her family knew about it. her family was dealing with her, and they were just letting me know, that it was there. And I never told her, but I'm just saying it made sense. Everything played out. And my big thing was, okay, you had an episode and they took you to the hospital. Okay, you out. Okay, that's been my experience with men and women when they wind up down there. Right, they had some type of fit or something. They went in there. They got they now they're released. Right. Nah, that was the first time ever somebody had been kept, and I said, wait a minute. She went in Friday and she still, yeah, she'll be out in about 6 weeks. I'm like, what the heck? 6 weeks? Yeah, I'm like, man, that's staying there. I don't know about that, man. Yeah, man, that's nah, man. I'm like, nah. That's above my pay grade, man. If you stay there, if you live there, because I thought I was being lenient. Okay, she has some mental issues. Okay, she's been stabilized. She's back out, but they keep you in there for 6 weeks. Yeah,
Some issues been going on. They know about you because
nah,
you didn't.
man. No, I felt sorry for her too, man. No, I'm saying I know she don't need me. She don't need that from me. But I'm saying as a human being, I felt sorry for her because why would you want to? I mean, like, who wants to be somewhere like that for 6 weeks?
And she had to walk up to that 6 weeks because they ain't just that wasn't her first time. I know somebody that personally when they was younger they went, and the first time they went was like maybe a week, and then the second time it was like 2 weeks. Like it slowly walked up over some years up until like a month. And it's just like I know you, but I don't want to keep knowing you. Like fam, ain't no way you crashed out every couple of years or something like that. And this is serious, you know what I'm saying? Like I got dudes that have kids with chicks like that. And they be stressed out, man. They be online crying, and man, I seen a couple cats crying lately, bro. I just like, I know how they feel though, but man, not you coming to the internet. The
Mm-hmm.
internet about to help you, dog. They ain't gonna do that but cloud you, fam. That's forever, bro.
And the chick who had the condition, you have to make up your mind seriously on that. I mean, no, you're not going to really do the pump and dump with people like that.
She'll pull up on you. She- She'll pull up on you. I didn't mess with a couple, you know what I'm saying, that I felt
Well, she
like was
might.
crazy.
She
I done
might.
had chicks come at me.
But I'm saying she could, and it's not going to be the same dynamic. That's what I'm saying. So, because her condition, and period, let's just put this out because like I said, these guys, they can't. You come out and say, "Man, I'd never date nobody like." Okay, fine, you wouldn't. Okay, good for you. But if you are going to deal with that person, you got to take into account they have that medical condition. So you have to deal with them in a way that you probably would not normally deal with others. And that's what I mean. And a guy would say, well, I ain't got no time for that. So that's what I mean. So you don't deal with it. And in the process, that person uh, wasn't born yesterday. That person can tell that the person has done that because perhaps they're not sympathetic to her niece. But my thing was more is how do most a lot of people can't handle that. I I I can't handle that. Whatever it was, I can't handle that.
And you never found out. Her sister never just told you what it was. She just told you
No,
what she got
no, they
going
never
on.
told me what the condition was. No,
That's
because it
a
was just we were just having fun. I don't see why I don't need to know all that, man.
yeah. Yes, sir. And that's what I mean. When you start digging into people that deep, it it can be a turnoff. And it don't take long because it can happen the same night. You meet somebody, you having conversation, a couple of drinks, and she said a few things. It's just like, I ain't holier than thou, but yeah, this ain't for me, fam. I'm cool. Take the number and just she called. I met a chick. I'm in ATL. I kid you not. I'm in traffic. Um, and this chick Amazon. She pull up on my passenger side and she start yelling, like trying to holler at me. And I gave her my number or whatever. And then I get on the phone with her, but we in ATL traffic, so it'd be real slow. I'm on the phone with her and she said some things, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm cool on that. I go through ATL all the time, but I never stop and come and chop it up with you like that in person. She's telling me how she live in the hood and how it is with the dudes around there. I just like, yeah, I ain't coming for that. We ain't doing that. I ain't going to a new city to go to a hood. I can deal with that in Houston, but outside my city, like if I meet some chick, like
What
I'm
you think?
already,
What you think overseas is?
oh, I know what
What
it is.
What do you
That's
think
that.
when a guy goes overseas? Who you think he's dealing with? You think he's dealing with the upper middle class or the
Nah,
lower middle class or the ghetto?
the Lord chick, the Lord, the ghetto that's looking for a way
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah. It's just the way it is. I don't know why. When you go overseas, you're not dealing with the top notch women. You're dealing with lower tier women. In many cases, unwanted women.
Just like here, they may
Well, you
have some other
can
value.
you can do that. I mean, right? Depends on you. How adjustable are you? So when you say the affluent class in California, can you hold up? Can you really communicate with people like that? Is that really your crowd? And to a certain degree, they are going to expect a certain level of success. So are you even moving like that? A lot of people are intimidated. I'm gonna tell you up front, most people they're intimidated by that. They're not gonna do that. They're gonna
Intimidated
automatically
by
say
what?
all the dudes in there got money. Look at the cars. The women are professional. Look at this place. Um, nah, man, let's go back to the hood, and go to the hole in wall because they're comfortable there.
That's how they. That's where they best operate at in a level of chaos.
In overseas, the equivalent of that, right, is the falas or whatever, the ghetto, because those are the ones who are dealing with Americans, especially black men. You're not just an American; you're a black American. And see what it is dudes are so thirsty that they'll parade around these unwanted low class females and try to make it seem like they winning over there. I know they're not. Like I said, I lived overseas. I seen the top notch women. I seen the lower tier women. Americans got black Americans lower tier, lower tier. Every 100 dude got a upper middle class female. One out of every 100 got, if that. But most of them got lower tier women, which is fine if that's what you want. Absolutely fine if you feel like that's what you want to do. But it's really the same thing as here. It's just that we're in America, we can see through the fog. We can see through the fog. We see this place, we see this, you see this structure. We know the woman inside that is not, she's down bad. We just know it. Look at that plywood on the way. We know she down bad.
And we also know that a woman can go to Walmart and look like I ain't gonna say $1 million, but she can come out with an outfit out of Walmart, depending on how her body is on top of her attitude, and just be looking good. And boys will go for it the same way you would go for it overseas. She ain't got nothing over there. She ain't got nothing over here. You got to deal with it. They gonna try to finesse you out of it. Yeah, when I see that online, man, and the moving around, and it's you that they said something, and I think it's AMS because I have been following him for years, and he was talking about it's all relative. You was speaking about it the other day about moving to another state, and he said the same thing. You said it first before I heard it from him. You know what I'm saying? I was just like, yeah, I already know that. Your money can stretch depending on where you go. I go to Louisiana and be living like a king out there, low key. You know what I'm saying? Not saying I ain't gonna have people that have more than me, but your money can stretch if you willing to move.
The-
They got
okay.
women out there. My
Yeah.
bad.
Okay. When you say, um, when you say go to a foreign land, black man, find your happiness. You can do that. Okay, but this is the thing. Once you get over there, after about a year or two, and say you decide you got married after about 3 months, you say, I want to get married. So
Hey,
you now you're married. You're married to her, and that'll help out as far as your visa and stuff and other things because you're now married to her. So as opposed to just being a tourist, I think your classification may change. But anyhow, what's going to happen though? I can tell you what's going to happen. That first year, right? It'll probably be great, but slowly you're going to learn more of the language. Slowly you're going to learn more about the country, and then you're going to see that you jumped too quick. You're going to come to a conclusion that, man, if you would have just waited, or if you would have just tried, things would have been so much better for you. You made them, and guys find out that's why they get a divorce. They find out, man, I know I can do better. Look, she cool, but if I would have just believed in myself, I know I could have found a better woman, better version of this foreign woman than I have now. So I'll tell you, that's going to happen. That's like saying if you go to Chicago this year, come 2029, you're going to be the same person in Chicago. You're going to be a different person. You're going to understand the city more. You're going to know the little places. You're going to know the social scene. So you say, hey, when I first came here, I ain't know nobody. 3 years later, I know this thing like the back of my hand. Same thing overseas. That's why I'm saying, what's the rush on the women over there? Because the women ain't going nowhere.
facts. They ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
They gonna be right there. And just to expand on what you're talking about, you got learning the language, learning how she moved personally. Conversations you be to have with her friends to be like, homie, you probably like the 15th tourist she had that year before you like you ain't special. You just the dude that got a little bit more. You living here now. Everybody else was just coming to visit. So things that they say about you, you can see how people are, man. I had a couple times that I done met a chick, and I had a homeboy with me. At least when I was 25, that was the first time I met a chick named Monica, and I'll never forget because when I met Monica, in Houston, out there in Katy, my partner was the door dude. He's the dude that we went to high school with. He a big dude, so he was like the bouncer. He got us in or whatever. Skipped the line. We met the two girls at IHOP right down the road when the club closed. Monica didn't speak no English, so there was a barrier. But I grew up in Spring Branch, so I was cool with it. We had to call her homeboy, right? So said homeboy, just to communicate with certain things. But she'll come to the house, watch TV, bring food, we kick it hard. You feel what I'm saying? So
Okay.
you can do that here. You feel what I'm saying? If you willing and have patience, because most females is just about
Well,
patience. But going there and thinking things gonna change, bro, it ain't
well
gonna be
no.
no different, bro.
Well,
My bad.
tomorrow it is no different. That's what I'm saying. It is the same thing that they do here. Club let out, nightclubs, half naked women, music. They do the same thing over. That's what I'm saying. We keep acting like we going to the dark side of the moon. Foreign country is just a foreign country. Maybe you can't read the stop signs. Maybe you can't understand the language. The TV's different. The shows are different, but it's the same thing. It's the
Yeah, the
same
movement's
thing.
the same.
Yep, you got, and now you got social media. So with social media, you got people hooking up saying, "Hey, meet me here." Foreigners, especially, and then you got Australian men, you got European men, you got African men, you got Asian men, and then you have the locals. The women, an attractive woman overseas, man, she got options, bro.
Man, plenty of them.
She
She got to
got options. She got a lot
stay
of
in her
dudes giving her
phone.
money. A lot of dudes giving her money. A lot,
Stay in
not
her
no one or
phone.
two. She getting money from the Australian man. She getting money from the uh Asian man, maybe, probably Asian man, got money. So you get money from Asian man, Australian man,
The dude in
American,
America
yeah,
that came
American,
home.
American white dude, and then now American black dude. Now, $100 a month from each. Now that's over there. They don't even
Yeah.
couple of hundred, and they work couple of $100 a month. They living good. Why would they cut any of them dudes off? Oh, well, I met you, so I don't know. They probably ain't gonna tell you about it. They probably gonna tell you they getting money from all of them.
All
You
of them.
guys aren't married, and that, and so they want to know, when you leave. Okay, you leave in 2 weeks. They'll hang out with you
I
for
hang
two
out you for
weeks.
2 weeks. Ain't
Yep,
nothing.
and,
Let's
and
go
you'll
out,
leave.
eat good.
And you'll leave thinking, okay, man, this the one. And I'm not saying I said an attractive woman. She's
What?
fine. She'd be like, damn, she got a little ass back there too, pretty long hair. And you leave and you say, uh, I ain't gonna tell nobody, but and you shouldn't. But you say, okay, let me get you. All right, I got it set up. Already set it up every month, $200. Remember, you told me you need at least 100 if I could afford it, because I'm gonna be there in another 6 months or another 8 months. Okay, I'm sending you two. Oh, and okay, and let's FaceTime and yeah, but she's getting that from 4 different men,
Now just keep in
and she
mind.
don't have to marry you. She can marry the Australian man. All of these do. That's what I'm saying. You got to go over there. You'll see the foreign men. We rarely talk about the other foreigners overseas because they don't want to. Let me tell you something, bro. Like I said, that's one thing. I lived over there. They don't want to tell these dudes the truth, man. They want to feed these dudes lies. It costs money to live overseas, man. Now, if you got money, if I'm retired post office and I go over to Brazil or something and I'm working in Brazil, but I got, say, $3,000 a month American coming, I'll be fine. But also I'm working over there. So you're right. I'm making more than most and I'm doing good. That's the ideal way to go uh, overseas.
And then the exchange rate. You at least for Mexico, I know it's like $17. I'm sure other places is way more. Yeah. So you look like you winning. It's a couple dollars to you, to her. That could
Mm.
be rent. Shorty could probably get a little
And,
motorcycle.
and,
So
and that's the thing. You said rent. You can get a place for $300 in
American.
Thailand. You can get $300 or whatever it equates to, right? I'm saying you can get a place for $300 a place. You're gonna get a bed. You're gonna get a shower with no hot water. You're gonna get no air conditioning, and you're gonna be out in a place by yourself with the locals. So, and if that's where you want to be, right? Probably no street lights, but you can get a place for $300. So most people don't want a place for. They want $300. Hey, I don't want that place for 300. So what? They wind up paying 12, 1,300, and it is a good place. But it's equivalent to being here now. Now you're paying the same thing. So all of this discount stuff, it really don't exist. Guys say that, but I lived over there. It don't exist. It costs money to stay overseas. And if you say the cheap places, well, that's the thing. Nobody wants to go to these cheap places. Nobody wants to go where they eat rats.
Yeah, I don't even wanna. If a chick ever told me she eat rats, bro, I'm just.
They eat rats in Thailand.
That's a no go for me, man. I think yeah, you was up here talking about Nutri-Rats one day and stuff like that. Oh, now I mean, like you said, they make it look good, so it's equivalent to what, like I guess we would eat good. That's eating good to them. Yeah, I can't see that.
They
And
eat
then
what, dog, spice dog, and all that. It's just a different thing, man. Look, ain't nothing wrong with it, man. If I got friends who got married to foreign nationals and told me they ain't never going back to America. They had a kid, they're gonna raise their kid. And they went to work though. But they weren't even on no they got out of this they got out. They couldn't wait to get out. And
out of America.
No, no, no. They got out of the service in the foreign country
Oh,
they were in, and they married the woman who had their baby. They got a woman pregnant. She had their baby. They married her. And the dude told me, he said, he didn't have a job. He didn't even speak the language. So he said he went down to the unemployment office. And I was like, looking at him and said, what? He said, what you, he said, it's the unemployment office. And because I didn't think about it. He said, if I'm unemployed, I go there. He said, it don't matter if he said, if I'm here and I'm unemployed, I go and see if they can find me a job. And he said they gave me a job. He was a dishwasher. And he said, man,
dang.
I'd rather wash dishes than be in the service, man. He said, fuck the service. I'm gonna stay here. He said, I ain't never going back to America. Never. And she had her regular job and he washed dishes. They had a place and they had her car that he met her. She had. I think that was her dad's car. They had no money. So what I'm saying is I've seen this stuff.
They yeah, have no money.
They didn't have no
Uh,
money. They probably, I would say they did, like, you see what I'm looking at? Everything except the plywood. They had a little small apartment. Um, I don't know, man. He didn't seem he can say what he wants. He didn't seem very happy to me. It seemed like to me he wanted to come home.
yeah. I would want to come home. If you talking about washing dishes in another country, yeah, I'm cool on that. I guess I'll be in the service for a very long time. I know my dad used to talk about the service and being overseas because he was in Vietnam. He was telling me about how they was what kind of grass they smoked and stuff. He was telling me good times and stuff like that. But he was like, "No, I can't live there. I had to come back to America. I like America
But
is
you
just it's too much here to just." Go ahead, my bad.
there was a nightclub, African owned it, and it was downtown, and it was 40% African, 60% American black men. And
How did that
that
work out?
club had so many fights. They were fighting over those
Yeah.
women. It would fall. Those women were sleeping with both groups of men. Them dudes would fall out Saturday night. Boom, they clear a whole club out. Everybody out in the street. Everybody go inside. About an hour later, boom, they clean it out the whole again. They wasn't shooting, but they was fighting, man. I mean, they was fighting. I was like, man. And you would think way overseas, black people would like come together. They ain't come together over there. And them women, bruh, them women had them dudes. They were battling each other.
Whole time they sharing the same thing going on over here, bro. She got somebody else, bro. You here for the moment. I get it. The same way in America, bro. You there for the moment. She gonna rock with you until she get home.
MMA. It was MMA in that motherfucker. Like, damn, bro. It was one
Yeah,
particular woman. Man, that woman was built, bro. That woman was fine. I don't know what she was. I don't know if she was mixed or whatever, but she was built, man. And, bro, she had them dudes about to, they lost their marbles over her. And in addition to that, I think the African owner, I think he was smashing that.
yeah, I bet he was.
He probably was, yeah.
Ain't no need not to, especially you got that type of power. You coming into the establishment, he can upgrade you, get you in for free, no waiting in line, VIP drinks. Yeah, he smashing everything that walk through the door that he want. I already know what that is because that would make sense to me. I used to do club promotions. I know how easy it was. It was too easy, especially when they got to come to you to get something going. You know, you come across them, but man, I don't see no different, man.
Now,
And
one thing she would show up with two of her friends and they just walk right in, man. And they had drinks and a table. And
she
she'd
ain't got
leave
to
with
do
a
nothing.
yeah, she'd
Go
leave
ahead.
with a dude, maybe an African dude, and then a week later, a black American, and then she don't leave with nobody, and then man, she was fine, bro. And then She'll be standing there, and next thing you know, fight break. It was over her.
And even if one of y'all go to jail, one of y'all gonna still be home, and she gonna go find her a new one. So crashing out ain't the move. Yeah, crashing out ain't the move, man. I got
It
in a
was,
fight one time over a chick. I was in high school. I said never again, and that's before I took the route of not being in a relationship ever again. You know what I'm saying? But it never again. It just don't ever be worth it. It just be dumb. She gonna move on anyway, bro. Life goes on.
yeah, and also she just like black men. What I'm saying is she could easily sleep with her local men. She just liked black men.
And
So
with American dollars.
she came to the club where if you liked those types of men, they're there. So, but I'm saying as far as her being with her local, if she wanted to be, that's what I'm saying. She was man, she was but I never saw, like I said, I never saw her. I think the owner got her, as a matter of fact. So that's what I mean by guys, look, check it out. I'm overseas and the baddest chick in there, guess what? The owner, the guy hypergamy. The guy with the money got her. She had to do, she liked blacks. You gotta understand her preference. She liked black men. They fought over her. They wanted her, but in the end, she chose the owner of the place.
As
So
she
it's
should.
still there. I'm saying that's what I mean. Like you would say, okay, I'm overseas. Um, Women, I'm a black man, and you gonna want me, yeah, well, they want you, but they're gonna pump and dump you. Because there's other options. That's what I'm saying. She still got options.
And
She
there's
got
a pot. Go ahead, my
yeah.
bad.
No, no, she got options. So she's saying, hey, I really like black men, but um I'll accept the owner who's older, but he's more successful. But I can get to play. I get to have my fun with the black guys, and they fight over me, and they want
She
me
like
so
it too.
bad. Oh yeah, yeah. No, she'll tell you that. She'll tell you. Uh, um, I never got her, but I know a guy who got her, and we went into his room, and it was about five guys in there, and we were joking with her, and we said, "You got the dudes tearing up the club." I said, "You going to the club Saturday?" And she said, "Maybe." And so, "Oh, well, I ain't going then." And people were like, "Why?" Because you gonna get it tore up again. And she started laughing, and she said, "They like fighting over me."
She
And I was
like
like,
that.
"Damn!" No, I was like listening to that. I was like, "Damn!" Like she know that's what's going on. Yeah, she liked that attention, man, and she liked sleeping with, you know, just picking men that she liked and go sleep with them, and then go back and hypergamy. She still had money, and if she wanted to, she didn't like the men. She didn't like her people like that. She didn't like to sleep with them.
They
She
didn't
preferred
have
to sleep.
money. They couldn't really do nothing.
No, they got. She could have found somebody with money. There's money over there. I'm
Maybe
just
it's a
simply
fighting
saying
part.
her preference was black men. Her fellow uh, citizen was not her preference.
Yeah, she. I mean, the way I see it, uh, she rocked with. She was, and when she was younger, maybe like her teenage years, she didn't rock with her local area already, the people that she wanted. And when, like you said, hypergamy, so she get older, she be like, well, I want to go toy with dudes, decent men. So she in the
Yeah,
club, gotta fight each other, like, and that's
isn't that
entertainment to her.
isn't that what the I don't know if that she says it's a fake. I saw the Lena the Plug and the Adam 22. She said that she didn't file for the divorce, but isn't that what he lets her do? He lets her sleep with other men.
He ain't got no choice.
Well, he lets her sleep with other men. So if he lets her sleep with other men, she's a woman who she wants to sleep with other men. But he also assumes all the roles of a husband. So she gets special treatment. So the chick, There's a lot of women do this. The woman overseas got a successful man, pay her bills, take care of her, get in the club free, protect her, and then she got to sleep with all of these young men, younger men, whenever she wanted to, and there was nothing said about it. And she didn't have to approach it. Well, he's got to be a successful person because I want to make sure he can take. She didn't have to look. She didn't even look at it like that. Man, I wish I had. You got to see her, man. This shit, you got to see her.
Lena.
Nah, this shit way
Oh,
finer than Lena.
yeah, I see what's her name, the with added to it too. I see how chick the shorty looked back in the day. I mean, you kind of can envision it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he had no choice, bro. That's what I believe with that situation. Either he goes go play it how he played it, or not rock with her at all. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I mean. No jumper was something that I heard about, but I also heard that his girl do what do you call it? I was just like, I'm curious. I'm like, what does your chick look like for you to let her be sleeping around? She must be looking like a dog. And I was like, oh man, he fell
Well,
into some type of trick bag.
well,
That was an ugly
I
situation.
mean, it's an open relationship, so I mean, however you configure it, it if they're happy doing it,
Yeah, you
not
happy?
my thing though. I wouldn't. Nah, it's not something I would want.
At all. At all. Nah, you can't sleep with other men, especially when I already know there's dudes at a job, at least what, things that I know. They got dudes at your job, you got your ex homeboys, you got your home girlfriend that are dudes, they friends, they got too much. But to be having your chick sleep with somebody, man, ain't enough money, dog. Ain't enough money. I can't
Well,
look at you the same. But that's me. But he happy, so he get there. He was getting the bag. Ain't more power to you, bro. But I wouldn't want to marry her. I already know they outside, but nah, ain't no, you can't justify that to me. I ain't saying you, but ain't nobody can justify that over that. Even the open relationship thing, like you might as well just be like, we cool. We can, you know what I'm saying, do some things. We can even do things for each other on any and all levels, from the holidays to birthdays, going out. You know what I'm saying? But being in a relationship, and I know I gotta share you, but I gotta gal you and share you. Nah, I'm good, dog.
yeah.
I'm good, dog.
I mean, it's up to him. I mean, sometimes the price is too high, man. I wouldn't accept that you get to sleep with other people and then we can get married because once again, you still have to assume all the responsibilities of a husband. Yet she gets to, and the men that she sleeps with, she don't care nothing about other than smashing.
Smash
Yeah,
it.
so I mean, because she don't care about the rest of them. She only cares. Well, my husband's gonna take care of everything. All it's just like with the P Diddy thing. All you need, all I need you to do is smash me out. Well, a lot of men would have issues with that. Now he doesn't, but a lot of men would have issues with that.
Yeah, I know I ain't going for a big dog. Cause you already know she got a past and she was doing anything to bring it into your house, man. But like I said, man, I'm happy for him. He was able to get money. He's still famous. He probably can have any other woman, and the next woman he probably get, she probably, because he up so high as far as no jumping is like, I guess his civilian status. He'll find something nice anyway, something younger, no kids. She may get a little bag from him, but he'll be all right.
I mean that's him, bro. I mean, if you call it, I don't even call that a marriage.
What you call it, did
Man, he's basically
pimping?
paying paying for her. He's paying for her to live the life she wants to live. He's providing that for her.
Yeah,
So I mean, you can't blame her. And it's a lot of
that's who
women
she
got that. It's
is.
a lot of women got men paying for all the bills, maybe even married to those men. Yet those women are still all over the world, not just America, all over the world. One night
Living like they
standing,
singing.
pumping and dumping the men, and going back to their husbands, and he accepts it.
Yeah, she living like she's single.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a level of confidence there, man, that I have never experienced. You know what I'm saying? Again, and we ain't talking about you actively knowing the chick that you rocking with. She had dudes before you. You knew. You know, she 25, she 30 years old. She know dudes. You feel what I'm saying? You ain't nobody new. You just bring something different to the elements of her life, and you just gotta rock with it. So you rock, take her out. She rocking with somebody else. I get that, but to actively gala and be making sure everything all right with her, nah, nah, ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. You can't justify that to me. But to each his own, man. Be happy, bro. Be happy, but don't be mad when she start dog walking you on the internet, because that's what it look like she doing now. She about to start dropping some gems on who he is, because she know about him
Well,
personally.
they really, I mean, that's that no jumper stuff. He doesn't really have anything to lose. He's a part of no jumper, so there's nothing she can really say about him. And yeah, he does his own. I think isn't he an entertainer?
I know he got no jumper. I know he got
No,
like
no,
a
no. Isn't he a professional adult entertainer?
yeah. That's what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
He got that
So
too.
yeah, he has a lot of that on his own. So no matter whatever happens with that,
He gonna be fine.
yeah.
He gonna he
Well, yeah, I think so. I don't think that you can really. There's nothing you can really say about him.
because
He's in an
everybody.
open marriage.
All right.
She sleeps with other men. He sleeps with other women. I
With
guess
women, yeah.
she said it ain't supposed to go like that, but whatever they do.
I'm
But
pretty
the
sure.
whole point was hypergamy exists in these foreign countries. Hypergamy exists. It's a competition. Um, and that's fine, man, because these dudes want to create a construct where women want them when they know that's not the case. But they want to create that to try to make. I guess they want to create a construct that they're desirable to foreign women to try to influence the American women to accept them. Well, I'm telling you right now, they're going to cheat on you. They're
Same
going to
way.
cheat on you. They're not going to look at you and say, "Oh, because foreign women like you, I'm going to be with you." No, they're going to say, "Okay." They're going to do you just like this Adam 22. They're going to say, "Okay, you can come in and pay my bills. You can come in and be my husband and take care of me, but I'm still in the streets. I'm still in the streets."
And
And
I
they're
ain't
gonna
leaving.
find, yeah, and they're gonna find out that's how it goes, man. It ain't no, that's the way of the world, man. That's the way of the
Even
world.
if
But
you
you see the foolishness, and you got the Floyd guy. He's in jail behind that stuff. They sent him over there. He should have never been over there. He's in jail, and that's the thing that's crazy when you talk about the passport bro movement. Floyd is in jail, and they still trying to gas niggas up to go over there. That shit is nuts, so, bro. That is some nutball shit, bro. I mean,
that, I can only imagine. I think I know I heard it online before. The dude was like, I can't tell you who it is. I be trying to always try to cite my sources somewhat. Dude was like, if you lame in America, you gonna be lame overseas. Like that. Man, you just
well, it's
can't
competitive.
win, bro.
The
But
whole point is competitive. Do you know that if I was in the Philippines, I could buy a woman? You can buy a wife over there. You can buy two wives. I
like
think about $5,000. Yeah, you pay the family. They do the paperwork. And if you're a
paperwork.
Filipino man or a foreign man, you got to do all the immigration and stuff. But boom, you purchase your woman. She'll come back and all of that. You get married. You can buy a woman. I'm saying you can't buy. Well, you can, but you can't in America. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
what you said.
yeah. But that's what I'm saying. And see that part, people don't understand when they see a guy. They think, okay, the women want me. Well, those particular women, those women are not on the table. You want to deal with the socialites. Like I was saying, the thick chick. Yeah, that woman's that's a socialite. That woman is on the table. That's a woman all men want to deal with. Don't matter, her preference is black women. The only reason she's even dealing with black men because black men are her preference. She's every man's preference. She's her own people's preference. White men, black men, German men, Asian men. She's all of their preference. Her preference is black men. And she's in demand. Now that one, but that's okay. I say this, but then again, I'm dealing with lames and simps, and they would never understand it. And you'd have to understand. And this is not even about no YouTube shit. We talking about living overseas. You know, living over there, and understanding a win versus a loss. That was a socialite, man. That African man pulled that African man spent a lot. But she pretty much had her way. She do pretty much anything I want. He financed all of that. She want to go sleep with a Marine. She went and slept with a Marine. She want to go sleep with a sailor. She slept with a sailor. She want to go sleep with a white. She slept with a white dude. She want to go sleep with this dude. He paid for all of that. That was his money. Her family had money though. She said she didn't work, and she said my daddy got a lot of money, but that dude was paying for all of that.
That my daddy got money.
Oh yes, like that over there. That's over in foreign countries. They'll have money and they just spend most of them. They don't do like we do. Over there, they feel like give it to the kid. Well, make sure the kid send them to college, buy them a nice car, let them be a young person. So give them everything.
Get to live.
Yes, they'll do that in a minute, man. You can see a lot of foreign women, man. They have nice things, man. All that designer stuff. And then they'll take you to meet their mom. Man, they be living in some shit that you seen on some anime cartoon. You be like, what? That's a goddamn hut. That's it. Oh, they don't want to move. That dude that had them wooden shoes on. Come on, hey. You be like, what? Nah, man, that's just what they don't spend money on themselves. That's what I'm saying. That's a whole different. So if you marry one, you marry into a culture where they don't all of that extra stuff. You got to get it. Now you probably could do it while you're young, but you got to stop all that flexing and you got to focus on the family because as that kid gets older, they expect all that revenue. Obviously, you got to pay your bills, but all the rest goes to the kid. The kid ain't gonna be no struggling student. That kid gonna be nice car. What it needs, you're gonna pay for. And you're supposed to do it because if that means you're gonna eat noodles, the kid come first. Now that's not Black American culture. That's their culture. But when you get married, there's some changes you have to make.
I can see the kid coming first because one day, you may need your kid, and the last thing you want to do is end up in a nursing home, not being around family. And it felt, man. I know I got 2 daughters. I don't know how it's gonna play out, but I know I take care of my daughters, fam, because I'm gonna get older one day, and if I get to be around to see my grandkids, I would hope my kid took care of me the same way I took care of her. You know what I'm saying? Not saying bad things won't happen or things she don't like won't happen, but just the overall. I know that's what my grandma is in a nursing home, so that ain't it.
Well, they got nursing homes throughout the world. A nursing home's a nursing home.
Yeah.
I'm saying it might be like that, but a nursing home's a nursing home.
But I'm just talking about just being at least older and you get to be with your family. But
a lot of people, but you'd be surprised, a lot of people don't want their kids. I mean, a lot of people will choose a nursing home over moving in with their kids because a kid is still trying to have a family and a life. So no. I'm saying you still could, you know, move in with them, right? But like I said, a person from an older, when you 75 and you looking back at your life, perhaps your wife has died. Your kids are grown now. You 75. Um, a lot of people opt for the nursing home because they feel like I would never put that type of pressure on my child.
I can
She's
see that.
young, she's married, or she's got a kid, and I am not going to ask her to take it. Yeah, a lot of them refuse to do it because they don't want to leave a burden on them. But I get it, man. I'm just saying a lot of them don't want to be taken care of by their kids. Now, I'm not saying they want to be taken care of by a nursing home, but when you look at the two, they say, well, I'll go ahead and go here because I don't want to, I want my kid, I don't want to put no
To live.
pressure on them. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. That makes
Now,
sense
now,
though.
now, now, when you say black people, come on, already know that's a different world. So you're right. I mean, they're just a different world, but that culture, the culture that a lot of times they don't want that. They kid come first, man. It was a Japanese dude. He owned the military base. He had bought the land, and the government built a base on the land, and he was the owner of the land. That dude used to be walking through the hallways, uh, dirty clothes, uh, one tooth in his mouth, uh, them thick glasses, and he would go to the bathroom and take a bird bath in the sink. And I asked the people, I
What?
said, "Man, who's that dude keep coming up here?" I said, "How you get up here?" They said, "Oh, that's Mr. Yee." And I said, "Miss," he said, "Yeah, that's Mr. Yee." And I said, "So he can just come on here and say, man, Mr. Yee own the goddamn base." I said, "What?" He said, "Yeah, man, own this base. This is his base." He said, "Man, I don't know how much money that man get a month from the government." He said, the captain says, let him do whatever the hell he wants. So yeah, don't say nothing to him. I mean, say like, you're a regular dude, but don't say nothing to him. So I'm looking at Mr. Yee, and he was like, hey. I was like, hey, dude. He said, yeah, okay, dude. But now I had no idea that dude was worth probably about 15, 16, probably more than that. I had no idea the way he dressed, way he looked. He took a bird bath, man. I went in the bathroom. That man had all his clothes off, wiping off in the sink. I was like, who is this? Who is this man? Right? They said, it's Mr. Yee. So one day, I see this badass chick, man, in like a Lambo. And I noticed the car and I noticed the chick. And then I looked over in front. It was Mr. Yee. And I'm walking by and I see him. He didn't say shit to me then. Now, ain't that something? He didn't say nothing to me. He normally is hi. He saw me. He looked at me. He went right over to that car door where his daughter was, right? And kept talking. So I don't know them like that. So I walked by. I saw him. Obviously, I had to keep on about my business. So I went on about my business. So later on, I'm talking to Mr. Yee, and I say, who car was that, Mr. Yee? He said, oh, my daughter car. I said, that's your daughter's car? He said, hi, yeah. And I said, so that was your kid? He said, that's my daughter. He said, I got four kids. That's my daughter. And I said, so he said, she in school. She in school now. Yeah. And I was like, obviously he wasn't gonna hook me up. But yeah, I was like, all right, man. I said, yeah. I said, Yee cut me. I said, Yee the nicest man in the world until it comes to his daughter. Then he ain't gonna let me he ain't gonna say shit. Then he like, Mr. Yee like, fuck you, nigga. He like,
Yeah,
no.
he ain't saying it, but he's saying it.
Yeah, he was.
I
I like, Mr. Lee, Mr. Yee, where you at though? Nah, man, he ain't playing. I'm not no fool. He didn't play that, man. And yeah,
that's
man.
why he
No,
didn't speak to you.
I said, man, but he was cool, man. That dude go in the lounge and go to sleep. I don't know what was up with that dude, man. I don't know if he was tired of going home. Boy, that man was a trip, man. That to be rich. But then again, that's like I said, they don't spend that money like they don't spend it on themselves. They look at it like it goes to the kids. And believe me, brother, they should be very happy because everything they wanted, they got, man. They came on the base with no tag on the car. Yeah, that man, that was his base. His daughter came on, and I never seen nobody talk to his daughter. I never seen nobody. I ain't never seen his daughter get
Not
out
on
the
the
car.
base. You didn't see nobody on the base
I'm
talking
not
to him.
out there 24 hours. I never seen his daughter get out the car, but I'm just saying, I ain't seen nobody try to flirt with his daughter. I ain't seen nobody even address his daughter. He got like three daughters. I ain't seen nobody ever talk to him. I saw the cars. I saw him. He was not sociable at all when it came to his. That's pretty obvious. And why press it? And then he had a lot of power. I'm telling you right now, if you would have upset him, bro, your ass would have been sent to fucking Adak, Alaska. They'd have told, they'd have gave you, they would have called you down, get your bags, huh? You going to Adak.
Is that because Americans can't own the land where they was at? So they had to, I guess, rent it.
I guess he
Like,
was giving them a sweetheart deal or something. I guess it was they need look, they basically it was let him do whatever he wants. And people let him do whatever he wants.
respect, man. That's that. He was a
Hey, well,
different type of
he,
rich.
but he didn't bother anybody. Like he never did anything to anybody. He was a. I'm saying when his kids were not involved, man, that man. He was the guy you could say, "Hey, Mister Yee." He'll say, "Yeah, um, go over there and pick that up and bring it to me, man. Come on." Mister Yee said, "He'll look at you. Okay, he go do it. He go go." He said, "Here you go. Thanks, Mister Yee." He said, "Oh, no problem." Yeah, that's man. That was the nicest dude until his kid when his kid showed up. He fuck with you. And then again, it's a foreign country, man. I'm telling you, you're forgetting that element that you're still a foreigner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, you can date a foreigner. He might have told his daughter, you can date a foreigner, but none of these.
And you can't marry one
Well,
unless you're
none of
rich.
these,
Then
none
he'll
of
take care of
these.
you.
No, man, you got people with money. There are black men with money, well to do in these foreign countries. So I can see a dude saying you can date a foreigner, but you can't date these regular Joes over here. And he is their father. What's she gonna do? Go against her father? Yeah, she riding in a Lambo in college off his dime. What's she gonna do? I ain't listening to you.
Should be a fool.
There you go. So I don't know what she was doing. In my opinion,
I know.
I don't know, but I think she was going after white dudes.
Yeah, going to America, some status, and in a sense, I mean, I can see that. Especially if he grew up poor and he got some bread and he raised his daughters a certain way, they gonna listen to their daddy, no matter what, over their mom, because they know their dad go always, it's a girl, the girl dad dynamic. It's like that with my daughter. My daughter tell me things she don't tell her mama. But they would listen to their daddy. With daddy, I'm with it. With mama, I mean, he'll give mama stuff, but my dad
Yeah,
don't treat.
yeah,
My,
Mr.
go
Yee,
ahead.
Mr. Yee had been around American servicemen. Mr. Yee probably been about was like 70, maybe 80. He been around American servicemen probably 50 years. He knows servicemen. He knows he knows servicemen. He knows, okay, I will not let my kid talk to a service person. So he prevented that. So so he know. I'm just saying he just knows from years and years. A person can go over there and stay for 2 years and then transfer. This man had probably been over there on that base 50 years.
The most safest place in this country or in this area for sure. Ain't no place gonna be safer than that as a civilian.
Well, he wanted to make sure they got through their college, man, and she did. He's straight, man. He was straight, dude. I mean, well, I don't know what was going on with that dude. I wouldn't be taking no bird bath, and I'm a millionaire. I would have been gone.
I mean, he a different type of rich. He
Yeah,
never
yeah.
really had, so you know what I'm saying, just being able
Hmm.
to take the bird bath with some fresh water running out that faucet hit different.
No,
He
he
don't even need
got
the
money,
shower.
man. Man, that man a billionaire. That man could go to a Hilton or a nice hotel, and he could. He didn't, but he could.
Yeah,
He was one of them dudes who
that's a
still
different
lived in
story.
that little. He had like it was like it could have been better, but I'm just saying. It's just I get it. No, I just get it because I've seen it. I understand the culture because I've seen it. They don't believe in. Okay, like I'm saying, he could go run off and smash. They don't look at the world like that. I should do what? I should take my money and go run behind women. They don't. They look at that like you out of your mind, right? You why?
Yeah,
Because they would say why? Why?
he
They're like
probably
no.
lived that life.
Yeah,
Like it
yeah,
ain't
he
no.
did. He did. No, no, no. You're right. No, no, you're exactly right. He did. He did. He did. He had his kids. He was married. Um, he was at the point where really, in my opinion, he was running from his wife, sleeping in the
And he was.
lounge and shit, taking baths in the bed. He didn't want to be always like he would leave the house. Okay, I better go to the base. Like, bro, you don't work here. That's what it said at the beginning. So yeah, I mean, like, nah, that wasn't even on that man. That man's mind didn't even work like that. He would just, man, he go get a mop bucket. That's what I'm saying. Like who? You walk down the hall, that man have a bucket and just be mopping the floor. He didn't work there.
Yeah, man. I mean, he just at peace. I can see the level of peace that most won't understand. I can see the level of peace. You got bread. Your kids are fine, completely fine. You ain't got a bad eye on how fine they are overall, and how it may turn out. He ain't got to spend no money. He just set them up to make sure his grandkids gonna live good when they do come, if he around or not. Yeah, that's a different level of thinking, man. That's a different level of thinking, especially at that
Well,
age. But
mm-hmm.
because I would want my kid to, you can have conversations with your kid, but she spends so much time with other people. You got the time at the house that she's sleeping. You got the time that she actually interact with you, and then her friends go influence her to do probably some things she go regret and never tell you about. You, as a father, you just gotta accept that. You because I won't forget how I was at 16. So I can't look at my kid and tell her what I can tell her what she shouldn't do and advise her, but it's just like you gotta bump your head. You know what I'm saying? And maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't. But I'm gonna be here regardless. You know what I'm saying? That's just how you
Now,
gotta be with kids, man.
yeah,
At
now
least I think.
one thing I learned about him though is that I said I got to get my shit together
Scrap
so
is
I could live like that. No, because I mean, well, I don't know about the I don't know about
the
giving
bird
up all
bath.
my grip like that. I don't know about that, but uh, I like the way he adjusted to wealth like that. Like it was like he wanted to go back to. It was like he was just happy. He would go to the chow hall, man. He wasn't supposed. He was not authorized. He would walk in there. He'd get a basic food. He'd sit there. People talk to him. I mean, a lot of people knew him. I mean, I didn't know him, but they would talk to him. Sit up there, men and women. Mr. Yee. I don't know. I'm thinking about did anybody ask him for some bread? I don't know. Maybe I didn't, but he would go and eat a meal, and you would say, "Why don't you go buy you? You got plenty of money." He didn't want it. Go upstairs, mop the floor, sleep in the lounge, take a bird bath.
It sounded
Uh,
like he went back to what he used to
I
know
think
when he
so.
was
I
happy in his life
no no yeah. I think
as a
as a
kid.
youth, I really think as a youth during the war, he was doing that. Like before his marriage, he was doing work in some kind of capacity, either for his people or for the United States. And maybe his father turned the property over to him, so he assumed the lead, he became the owner, and I don't think they ever renegotiated the base. And I think the diplomats told the people, let this man do what he wants. He owns this, you know. And basically, they were saying that if he wanted to, he can kick the United States off. That's what they were saying.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, I
ain't
was
that.
just listening. They were like, man, if he wants to, he can get all the Americans off. Said he owns this property. He said we're here because of him. So yeah, he's like, it's weird, but yeah, he said, man, that guy just likes to come on base, man, and you know, it's like he wants to be in the military. He, you know, he mop floors and you know, and that's just like what they do. He
Be a
take a
part of
bird
something
bath
that
and shit like that, huh?
he'd be want to be a part of something that's bigger than him,
Well,
and just
okay,
get to be in
he
that
was,
energy.
he was, he could sit with the captain. Yeah, they treated him, Mister Yee. Mr. Yee was straight, and I'm gonna just tell you, as a person though, individual, he was a good dude. And also, I know he didn't mean it. It may have came off that way, but I don't blame him. He protected his kids.
As he
He said,
should.
I ain't
What
letting
else
you,
can you really
no,
do?
you can't. He's like, no, no, you cannot meet my daughter. No, no, never, never. I ain't got no problem with that, man. I don't know that. I mean, that's a lot to ask. That's a lot to ask. I didn't ask to do that, but I get it. But that, other than that, that man was the nicest man. That man was nice.
I I believe the one of the best things you can do is put your kid in a position like he did. They really get to enjoy their childhood. They get to enjoy their 20s. You know, they can see some things. They get the nice cars, the nice stuff. It may not matter to some, but it does matter in most cases
Oh
when
yeah.
you start talking about, especially with a female and confidence. Because I know you gonna
Oh
take my
man.
for me, I can take my daughter go get her nails done, and you swear I bought her the world. You know what I'm saying? She's feeling
Mm-hmm.
pretty for the rest of the day. Get her hair done, get her some new shoes, go little shopping spree. I spent $100, but she swear I'm rich. You know what I'm saying? Small
Mm-hmm.
things like that. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
girls, you gotta take care of them, bro.
And that was a flex too for her. She had on the shades, designer, expensive car. Uh, her dad was in coveralls, dirty coveralls, sweaty. Uh,
Hopping in a quarter million
but
dollar
but
car.
yeah, but he was rich. I don't know how that, it was more than I had.
Yeah.
Way more than I could afford. But yeah, I mean, if that was your thing or whatever, you know, you could sit next to her. But um, nah, he was just at an age, man, where he was content.
It
And
matter.
no, I'm saying as a man, seeing a man elevate to contentment in his life, and this was despite him having the money. He wasn't like, okay, I'm rich, I'm gonna go spend this. Nah, he was like, hey, I'll eat what you guys eat, which is ridiculous, right? Hey, I'll take a shower in the sink. Oh, somebody spilled some orange juice here. Where's the mop bucket?
I mean,
Oh, I'm
I can
sleepy. I'm finna go to sleep in the lounge.
about to lay on
And
your
what you finna
couch.
do now, Mr. Yee? What you finna do now, Mr. Yee? Oh, I'm finna go home. And then Mr. Yee be right out there, right back about 5 o'clock. And then the captain have a luncheon, and Mr. Yee be sitting. He have a suit on. He be sitting right next to the captain. Yeah, that
I,
man
I
was that man. Yeah, they said he could get everybody if he wanted to. That's all he had to do is go complain.
I mean,
He-
ain't no need for him to go buy no food when he can get it for free. And then y'all some healthy, strong men. You feel me? So what
Mhm.
they feed you ain't bad. You know, the accommodations are let's say mediocre,
he,
but
he,
they
he
better than what he grew up. Go ahead, my
he was
bad.
used to that, and so that's the key point. He was doing stuff as a kid that he probably still hangs on to the food and all of that. He's probably still the American way Americans cook stuff. That's not the way Japanese cook it. So that's he
See,
hung on to that.
he in a state of bliss. I mean, you talk that's the best way to be in your older age. I'm kind of like that now. Like despite that I work and I got my plans, certain things didn't work out, but certain things I can do. I know I can do. I just don't need it. My baby was just talking to me about surfing, and I didn't tell her that we go. I told her mom and them they know. This was like yesterday. I told her. We gonna go to. I'm taking her to Florida before school start because she liked to surf. And I was telling her mama, I was like, Tavi is the only black person on the beach. So when I took her to first surf the first time, she in her little Ron John suit, got the rental board. They looking at this little black kid like, what are you doing here? Like the other kids looking at her like she the only person out here. But as she was out there, people was helping her out because they see she trying to learn. You the only one here, so low key is special. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? As far as the situation goes, and to see that for me, at a for the 9-year-old putting on the plane for the first time, don't have
Mm-hmm.
to worry about me spending the bread because I got it. Like man, that
Mm-hmm.
was that was an enjoyment, bro. Got the
Okay.
photos, that was enjoyment, bro.
Yeah, and the biggest thing was that he was rich, but you would never know it. And in that culture, a lot of them are rich. Over in Asia, a lot of them rich. You never know it. You don't know who you standing next to.
Yeah,
And it's just
that's everyday life though too.
it's a different culture of people and how they interact with the world. It was refreshing. Um, I think they got it right. I think we got it wrong. Um, and the conversation today is about struggle dating. When you meet her and she's going through it, when you see the plywood, do you go on, take her on the date? When you see the mildly furnished home, what do you do? And once again, that comes down to decisions, right? It comes down to decision. We talk about the rich man who you never know is rich, the rich man who's content with living a normal life. Um, would you go in there? And we know the game, man. Most dudes gonna brag about it. Yeah, they gonna fall up in there. But are you ready for the fallout? Are you ready for the
Hey,
child
uh,
support? Are you ready for the thugs, her baby daddy coming after you?
her past,
Yeah. Are
cause
you ready for
mama,
that? Are you ready to take care of her mom?
yeah,
Are
cause
you
they gonna
ready?
come.
Yeah.
They gonna come.
Yeah.
They'll give you a sad story too. She'll tell you about some things going on with the fam. You try to pull up, try to be nice to them. Family outings. If you pull up to it, you bringing some good liquor at least, especially if you're black. You gotta bring some good liquor when you pull up. Respecting the game. I mean, you can try, man. It's all about trying. And don't let nobody. It's that situation where you just choose love. You know what I'm saying? People mean and done you wrong, but there's some good people out here. You just gotta find them. And good people are hard to find, bro. You know, honest, the ones you really want around you, bring you at least a level of peace that you can't get nowhere. Those type of people you're supposed to hold close. At least I believe. That's the way I am with my second baby mom. The way we are, like I told you, bro, we got the 5 acres out in the country in Houston, outside of Houston, so I can get a spot in Houston, but I can go to the country with my daughter and you know move around and grow some things or you know breed some things. Like the options are open with certain people. And you may not get that with your fam, but you may find it with the other girl. I mean, you got to compromise. My baby mama be on some goofy stuff, but the way I
Look like he bogged out. Look like it. But the whole concept, man, is legitimate. And like I said, I know this is YouTube, and that's fine, man. Everything's about money. Everybody's dating tens. And I get it, and I get it. But we put out information to help regular people. We're gonna put the real information out. We're not gonna put this fake information, this dream, these lies. We're not gonna lace with lies and stuff and lead with your wallet, which is the dumbest shit ever said. Um, how many men that we've seen try that and they fail? Scooting up bitch niggas like because they got money, they somebody. It does work, but in the end, like I said, you're gonna be sleeping with other men. Period. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. She'll yeah, if you pay her, she'll deal with you, but she's still gonna be sleeping with other men. And I don't think a lot of men want to deal with that side. I think they want to deal with the belief that they can buy their way in it. But the whole aspect of the stuff is if you at the airport, you got enough game where you can get three numbers right there with the check when you checking your bags in, you can get three numbers. On the plane, you get four numbers. At the baggage claim, you get two numbers. When you got the right type of game, it's the motion, the energy is flowing through your body. Everything's flowing. When it's the wrong type, it's not going to flow anywhere. It's not going to go anywhere. We got an email from an incel. We got an email from an incel. He needed some help. Said he was going to shopping malls and grocery stores, and he was failing, and now he's losing confidence. You got to switch that up, man. You got to change that up. You got to get into something else. You got to choose a different venue. You got to choose a different venue. You can do much better than that. Much better. Volunteer, go amongst the people, and you'll be able to find what you're looking for. He said higher income areas. Um, I mean, you got to factor in how you're perceived. You do have to factor in that. Like you said, higher income area. Really, really, you know what? Really, to be honest with you, if that's where you wind up working, or if that's where you are in life, you're in a higher income bracket, then that's what you go with. But with dating, you never force anything. You just don't force it. You don't go to a higher income area to look for women. That's not you don't do that. If you wind up in that area, yeah. But no, you don't do anything for that. It's got to be natural, and you got to have a natural attraction. It won't work the other way, man.
Yeah, they got some dudes that have been on the cover of GQ. I got mediocre chicks.
You have to the attraction is there, and just so happened you felt it was out that way, so you ran into some people, and things can go from there. But no, hey, I'm going to this area for women. That's gonna mess your game up. It's going the way you're gonna approach is gonna be bad because you're gonna come there looking for something. You're gonna come there a little bit thirsty. So, like I said, if you happen to be out there, that's different. But to intentionally go there, that's thirsty.
Yeah, chicks will prey on that. They can see that. They can see that. If you move in
Huh?
a certain way, they can see that, man, and they will play you on that, bro.
Yeah, well, they're gonna play a lot of guys anyhow. They're gonna play a lot of them anyhow. And the struggle dating, can you get played on that? Well, yeah. Yes, too many guys want a guarantee, man. There are no guarantees, man.
None, bro.
There are no guarantees.
I got a
Good.
song by Chico DeBarge back in the day. No guarantees, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
there are
telling
no
you.
guarantees. Good woman, you could be a good dude. You can do everything you're supposed to. She still steps out on you,
Yeah.
or it breaks up. It ends. It's just no guarantees. And too many guys don't want to go through nothing, and that's why they had the problems they had. They just don't want to go through nothing. There are no guarantees, man. You're gonna have to go through something. I'm gonna go overseas, and I ain't gonna have to go through nothing. Well, it depends. It just depends. If she's hypergamous, you're gonna go through something. If she's poor, and her family is selling her, I agree. That lessens the chance that you'll go through something. I agree with that. Until she becomes westernized. This
Yeah.
the age of social media now. They're gonna put her on game that how to get out of she gonna start her own. Man, you can come. I can go to Mississippi with a woman from a foreign country, and she don't even speak my language, barely. And we could be there and have two kids, and 8 years later, because of Facebook and social media, she done joined these communities, and they
Got the
have an
friends.
annual. Yeah, hold on, bro. They have an annual duck sale. I mean, duck bake or something like that, and it's here. It's located here, and we go to it, and she meets the people, and it's her. It's her people, and we hang out for half the day. Numbers are passed, conversations are had. She can then from them, that community, learn everything to ruin the marriage. Everything. Who to call, how to file papers, how to get custody. You don't have to listen to him. You don't have to stay in that. He can't stop you from work. He can't tell. She can learn all of that from them. So, like I said, you come here 5 years, go to Mississippi. You come home every day. You had the kids, got a good life, got the wife you're looking for. Social media, man. Social media. Women will tell her, "I used to be married. Oh, I used to be just like you. I met my husband. He brought me here, and we was together. And then boom, I knew I could divorce him. So that's what I'm saying. That's just the world we live in now. Guys want a guarantee. There are no guarantees. That's how you approach it. There ain't no guarantees, man. And yeah, she got to. Who's she gonna talk to? You. She got to know people. So the community got to come in. They call in talking recipes and how to raise the kids, and that's gonna lead into the other stuff. And don't get caught cheating. Do not get caught. Don't let her tell her friend that you sleeping with another one. Oh, it's over. It's over, man. A lot of times, I mean, I don't know if guys dated foreign women. Foreign women are very jealous, man. Extremely jealous. Now, yeah, and calm, great demeanor, but they don't play the messing with another woman. They just don't play that, man. That's when you see a completely different woman come out.
Come to
It's just
defend
big in their culture like that. I mean, it's just the way they are. But then again, don't listen to me. Go and find out for yourself.
Yeah, man. As a female, they all can be vindictive, and I mean, who want to be cheated on?
Hmm.
And I need to play with it. That's why I told when we up here the other day, the conversation we had with the girl that come up here. I'll tell her I don't play with females. I'll just tell you the truth and let you choose. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't about to try to be on no hateful type things with you, cause that ain't good. I wouldn't want nobody to do it to me, but to each his own. You can do what you want.
Well, you got to cover your tracks, man. And what happens is, once again, we're in the social age of social media. Social media guys will put up a podcast or put up a page, and they would be telling you how you can cheat and get away with it and put that bitch in check. And these guys want that. No, no, no. We know the men want that, but that's just not the way the life is, man. I'm sorry, it's not the way the life is now. Now you could do like Adam. You could do like the guy who owned that club. Yeah, you could be a dude who says, "Hey, if you're with me, you can sleep with all the young men you want, and I'm gonna take care of everything. Just don't bring nothing back home. But I'm paying for everything. You come in here any night you want, wear whatever you want, ass out, uh, grind that. I don't care. I just want you so much. Yeah, okay, guys do that. But this notion that you could just smash other women on a foreign woman, no, you can't. You're gonna find out you really can't.
Yeah, who
And
want I,
just because they can't speak the language, don't mean they're not smart. Man, they're not stupid, bro. They know what you're doing. They might not be able to express it, but believe me, they're gonna know what you're doing.
still a female,
Mm-hmm.
and still a human. Ain't nobody want that, man. Yeah, they do be a
Mm-hmm.
lot of cats that be online that be talking a certain way, and I be listening to, and I just be like, bro, you honestly believe that? You believe that, bro? Nah, fam, they ain't no different. You may have a little bit more, but that's no different than pulling up to a ghetto somewhere in America, and you going out your way. But if that's what you believe, fam, if you're happy, you know. I know you just said a couple stories about things like that, about some dudes getting locked up overseas. I guess be doing too
You don't
much.
want that, bro. If you're
I
gonna
know,
get
I
locked,
know.
if you're gonna get locked up, do it here. You don't want to get locked up overseas. You in a foreign jail with the thugs of that country, and you don't even speak the language,
Man,
and you don't know the prison politics. So
yeah, I just about to say
yeah,
that the
you don't know
politics
that.
is.
You don't know that, and also you're assuming that there are few American. It might be 5 Americans in there, or some kind of way going to link with you. You don't know that. They
Yeah, you
might
spaced
they
out.
might offer you. They might see you come in there, and because they catching hell in there, they might offer you to the gangs in there. Offer you, okay, hey, check it out. This new guy coming in here. Uh, if you can give me this and this, um, I'm gonna set it up. Well, hey, you guys want them? I'm gonna set it up. Yeah, you on there trying to figure out what you're gonna do, and you over there glad that there are Americans in there, but you don't know these people, man. You coming in there and you don't know what these people been going through. Maybe somebody did it to them. So yeah, nah, go here, go here.
Yeah, that's
Don't
crazy
go
that
over
even
there.
our jail system is better than the way most people live in the world. Well, not most
Yeah,
people,
it
but
is. It
decent
is.
amount.
It is. It is because they don't. I know in Mexico they don't feed you.
Say
You got
what?
to get fed by a. If you go to jail in Mexico and you're an American, they send a charity bus out there. Them lunches. They send you them little white, uh,
Meals on wheels.
that type of yeah. But I don't know if it's meals. I don't know if it's it's a cellophane. What is that white little styrofoam lunch? They send one. Um, in Mexico, they send one, and all the Americans who are there say they got 12 Americans. They'll send like 15 lunches, and that's supposed to be for somebody who they're not feeding. If it's somebody in there they're not feeding, they send an extra lunch, a couple extra lunch. And the guys have gotten out and told him, we never get those lunches. He said, by the time that stuff filters down to us, we might get some mashed potatoes. We might get some macaroni cheese. But he said, a main course, the guards eat it.
Makes sense. Take all the good stuff. You can have these scraps. I'm good.
Yeah. And the guy was, yeah. And, and guy lost, you lose a lot of weight. You just lose a
Yes.
lot of weight, man, because you're not eating. That too. So no, don't go over there. Don't go in Tijuana. Don't go there. Or how about this? Don't go.
Tijuana. Right there by the California border. This bad over there too? I mean,
Well,
that's at
I
least in
don't
Texas,
know.
San
I
Diego.
haven't been there in a while, but when I went, I would say yes. It was.
Damn.
I don't have a reason to go back.
I just never wanted to. I must have been bad.
I remember a dude bought a hot dog. We was going back in that little stand. They got a little hot dog stand in Tijuana. And we said, man, don't eat that. He said, man, I'm hungry. And we said, man, I wouldn't eat it. I would eat it. And dude he reached in there, put a hot dog, put the dressing on it. And we was walking back, man. He ate that shit. I said, man, how can you eat food over here, man? Nah, for real. Like, man, ain't no fucking way.
You talking
Man,
about
it's dirty. I'm talking about I don't know what it looked like. And that was dirty. It was just fucked up, man. And then I told the guy, he said, have you ever been to Mexico? And I said, I've been to Tijuana. He said, okay, you've never been to Mexico. And that's just an extension of San Diego. So, and I never thought of it that way. He's right. That's Mexico technically, yeah, but really it's San Diego. It's a cheap version of San Diego. It's like a dive. It's just like that picture. It's the projects of Mexico.
when I pass through El Paso, there's a point to where you can see Mexico is real close, but the Mexicans can see American buildings and houses. Man, I know that's depressing, bro, because it look like huts and it's stacked up and they look like dirt roads. It be well lit at nighttime, but during the morning time, man, it look like they stressed out over there, bro. And it be like you so close to freedom, but you so far away because they got the gate. I
Mm-hmm.
can't do it. I'll be mad, bro. I'm glad I live in America. I see what
Very
people do to
good.
get here. I see how people would cry before they have to leave. I see why. I'm glad I live here, man. I ain't trying to go live nowhere else unless I had to.
Well, there are better places now. You said Mexico. You're right. I don't want to live in no Mexico, but
Well,
there are better places. There are better places to live. It just depends on why you're leaving. You know what I mean?
I'm saying unless I had to, I'm cool with America.
Well, a lot of people. It depends on where in America. It just depends on where.
Yeah,
But
I'm good.
we're all pretty much the same, man. We all pretty much do the same thing, no matter what. Germany, um, the Netherlands, we're the same, man. We wake up, we look at the daytime shows. We got social media. People get on social media. Um, they go and eat. They have McDonald's and Burger Kings and fast food places that you associate with American culture all over the world. Now the menus are different, but the actual places are the same. All over KFC, it might not taste the same because a lot of the stuff they feed us is illegal.
I'll be
The
hearing that.
stuff that they pump into fast food here, other countries have banned. They don't allow you to feed that to their people. But so what they do is they modify the recipe, they take that out and change it. So when you go overseas and eat it, it's gonna taste different.
They was
It's
talking
be,
about it. Go ahead, my bad.
no, it's just a different situation.
They was talking about that with the KFC in Jamaica. I seen so many videos like it was like a day it happened, like 2 weeks straight. You kept seeing that about KFC. If you had to move, what would you move to that you say better than America and why? Just to ask.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say there are places I haven't really studied to say which place, but there are places better than America. It depends on where you are in America. It also depends on your pocketbook in America. Because the American dream, you gotta sort of have a little bit of money.
Sure now.
Yeah. So but it just depends. Also, familiarity. I'm familiar with America. When you say
Yeah.
Christmas, I'm very used to Christmas in America. I'm very used to driving and the mall, and they put up a big tree, and
Festive.
yeah,
Man.
and look at the reefs hanging from the street lights, and look at TV, and you hear the music and all of these places, and the way people a little bit more joyous, and I'm very familiar with the holidays in America. So living abroad, it's a difference, man, because they just don't celebrate these holidays. Like, even though they do celebrate Christmas, but they don't celebrate it the way we celebrate it. So it's a difference. So when you live overseas, certain aspects of American living you're reminded of, but then again, it's not even close to what you're used to. And I'm saying if that's a big deal to you, and for some people it is,
Yeah, I don't
it is.
compromise Christmas. I can't do
Yeah,
that.
for some people they like to give presents. They like to give. They like to say, "Hey, here you go," and they see their relatives happy, and they, you know, eat the food and fellowship with family. They like that. So when you say you're going overseas, you're gonna be able to do that, and you're not. You could try your best to recreate it, but it's not gonna work because, like I said, and it's about money. Well, I know it's about money, but Christmas, like say Walmart, you go what December 1st, 2nd, they're playing Christmas music.
Yeah, everybody in on it.
Yeah, right
It's real
around
festive.
the 20th, they got all the whole and then move sections. They got Christmas stuff all over the place. So, but you don't see that they don't do that over there.
Now I know in Houston they got the Polar Express train. I'm going to that this year. Me and my kid. She old enough. I can't wait to go do that because it's old school movie. But I want to experience it, but I gotta take her to do it because other than that, it's gonna look weird. I'm going.
I heard that
Yeah,
you want
man.
to
I
get on
can't,
that. You want to get on that polar train, huh?
bro. I'm gonna get front row
You
where
might be
they
too
got the
old though.
cookies. Not if I'm
You
with my
might be
kid.
too big.
No, it's a real train. It's
Oh,
big.
you talking about both of y'all can get on there?
Yeah. It's gonna be a lot of people. It be hundreds of people, bro. They be
Oh,
sold out.
okay. Okay.
Like when they open it up in November, bro, it be sold out quick, bro. And then they got different classes. They got the back part with like general admission, VIP seating where they get the shirt, the book, the cocoa. Man, it's gonna be festive, bro. I'm gonna be in my jammies. I'm gonna be there, bro. Listen, yeah, you can't take Christmas from me, bro. Cause my birthday around Christmas time. Christmas time for if you was broke when you was younger, man, that was one of them times of years that just even if you ain't getting nothing, everybody's just happy, bro. You mess around and get something from a perfect stranger just because, bro. Yeah, Christmas hit different. I really
Well,
want to experience it.
for me, that no longer exists. The school systems kicked in if you were poor. If you were poor, um, Christmas, and I don't know what you mean by get something. You mean you might got some cookies or a card, but no, they're not gonna go that far. But no, they pretty much took care. They took care of the kids, even the kids who didn't have anything. So what I mean that you might get they might say, okay, everybody in this class, you get a present. So you open up the present, it'll be something real. It'll be uh it'll be like a figure. And all of these are donations. This is nothing they went and paid
Yeah,
for.
organizations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll be some company has donated a bunch of GI Joes and Barbie dolls, And and I'm talking about the base model. I'm talking about Barbie would be in there naked. They don't even give it. You got to buy the clothes. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but you got a Barbie though.
Yeah,
You got a
it
Barbie.
wouldn't even be in the original, like the packaging for sale. It'll just be in a plastic little covering, and they would give that to the girls, and it would be something. So that's what I'm saying. The schools they we just live in a different world now. That's all I can say because the Gen Z and stuff, they don't even know what that's like, man. They don't Gen out, they don't even
Bro,
understand what that's like.
back in
Um,
at least the '90s, the way Christmas was, man, because everybody was in on it. People was just nice, like you was just saying. People was giving. I was in Big Brother Big Sister in Houston. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you ever. It's an organization. Anyway, they gave out like they had the toy drives. We could show up and get something, or they gave you the $50 Walmart card. You can go shopping. Like people
uh-huh.
was just more giving back then, bro. Yeah, they took a lot of stuff out of schools, man.
Yeah.
That's the millennials. That's my group that
Hmm.
did all that. The
Well,
participation trophies and people. My bad.
yeah, well, not that, but I'm not participation trophy. I'm just saying it was, and then you got to also understand you were a kid, so you looked at the world from a kid perspective. So, growing up, you knew that you was okay. So that's what I'm saying. So, and they, like I said, you said poor. Well, no, they're not gonna buy you a car, but they would have a relationship, and these companies would send, obviously they're gonna cut. They wrote it off on their taxes, but
Of
they
course.
sent 500 base Barbie dolls and 500 action figures, to a school, and write it off or whatever. They sent 5,000 to schools.
Tax deductible.
Yeah, well, some of it.
501.
I don't know if the whole thing was, but
Yeah.
I'm saying people had something. So a lot of people had nothing though, Tabor.
Oh, I
Christmas
know.
was just another day.
I know, bro. And you'll come back and you'll hear people talk about what they got for Christmas, just like what they got for Christmas, and they got a couple kids that ain't saying nothing. I done been there. That hurt. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you,
Oh
because it
man,
just seemed
I
like
got.
so.
Well, if you don't have any money, you're not going to have anything.
I mean,
No, I'm
hey,
just saying. I don't know why. I mean, I got what you're saying that it hurt, but I don't know why it would hurt because if you don't have money, you're not going to get anything, and your people ain't going to buy nothing. You know that. But no, I'm just talking about the actual event and build up to the event. Being an American, you forget it. That's one of the things that you start to miss when you live overseas over an extended period of time.
yeah,
There's
there's a
certain
whole.
customs and things about us that are identifiably different than a foreign country. But then again, a lot of guys have never been anywhere and they wouldn't understand that. Or this is their first time traveling.
Yeah, I know my kid. She never she went to school like her first grade year, not even like kindergarten or something like that. They never had a what do you call that, a Christmas party ever, and I was just like, no Christmas party? What's going on? Yeah, man. I noticed it though. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, man, I'm cool with America, man. There probably is plenty of places that's good, but I'm
Mhm.
cool. I'm cool.
Well,
I ain't tripping.
I got you. But you got, there are places better. But once again, you do have ties to this country, your family, et cetera, like that. So obviously, you can't reproduce that. So, yeah, but you do suffer because you won't be around those things.
When you was overseas, was it like that for you as far as missing people? Like you
Yeah,
really wanted to be home with?
yeah. Missed a lot. I missed America. Now, first year, not really, but second, and we'll stop right. I would like to. I would like to tell people how long, but anyhow, second year, yeah, I certainly missed it. Missed everything about it, and then I mean, you make a decision. Do you want to stay here? And that's what I'm saying. It's a big deal. Plus, another thing, and it's I don't care. You know what? Let me stop. I don't care what people do. They can do what they want to do. Go get you whatever you want to get. Go and get whatever you want to get, wherever you want to get it. I think you should do it. I think
Go
we
find
live
your
one.
happiness, bro.
No, no, I think we only live one time. I think if you want a foreign wife or you don't want a foreign wife, I think you should do what you want to do. But now that being said, is mm, I knew I did not want a foreign wife because I I like America, and also I be burning through these chicks. So I was like, why would I bring a woman from overseas with me when I know I still want to smash?
12 is, bro.
No, I know that. I'm saying I
12
know I do. I'm
is.
laying next to her saying, no, man, you ain't no way. I mean, I gotta shut it down for her and I'm gonna get back to the States and I can't toss it up with the other chicks. Yeah, I knew. I said, nah, man. I said no. So I mean, and I'm saying you have to do it. You said no. I mean, she's cool and whatever, but no, not coming back, not getting married. It wasn't even that serious. But you can't, like I said, the YouTube thing, you got a bunch of I don't know what they want to do. I never came on here talking no foreign stuff. It just happened these guys talk that stuff. I don't know if they hustling niggas. I don't know what they doing. I didn't
They
come
make
on no
good
YouTube.
content.
Okay, good. I seen a bunch of dudes who live overseas. A bunch. They got communities. That's another thing. So if you move to Thailand, once you got settled, where you want to be, all that stuff done, and you took a day and you put your feet up, you can go online and there's a community. If you
If you
like,
ain't tapped in before you went.
yeah, yeah, it say blacks. If that's what you want to find, there's a particular group. It's probably be American, but if you want to slice it up, you know, it might be something saying Detroit. All my Detroit uh people holler at me. You know, it might,
Yeah.
it might.
Facebook
Maybe like,
groups.
yeah, that's it. God said, hey, every third Wednesday we queue it up, man. And everybody come on out here, man, and hang out and get to know each other, man. And guy might be married to a foreign woman and he got kids and a couple other people join him, and then you show up and you look around and you say, you know, I'm gonna check. You go out there and he's from around the corner from you, and you know what I'm saying. So those things exist, and that sort of takes away the edge of being over there. That'll take it away, but in some cases it might make you miss it more because once you leave, you go right back to that to your life, you know, and it's gonna magnify. It just depends. And then you got to also understand why he's doing it. Why is he doing it? He's married man from Detroit. Why don't you just partake of what's going on in Thailand? No, you know they don't want to do it. That's why he got the the page up because he wants other people to come around and hang out. Detroit guys, and that's his friends and what he used to, what he misses, and he probably can't go, but he tries to recreate it as much as he can. So yeah, that all of that stuff exists. There was a time when that stuff didn't exist though, but it
Oh,
exists
yeah.
now.
Yeah, that's the good thing about the internet. That's one of the wins. The Facebook groups, the communities, the Patreon stuff like this here. Yeah, you can meet some like-minded people that you couldn't do before. So, and then the
And
money out here.
you really need that if you're going overseas. Really, you need that if you're traveling because you need somebody to give you a layout of the land. You know, based on what you're interested in. And a lot of times, that's the whole thing. I could go to Thailand and see a Facebook page, and a guy say, all my Detroit people holler, or all my Atlanta people holler. I could say, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go, and I'm not from Atlanta, but I can say, okay, I'm going down. I go down there because I say, you know what? Let me pull this guy to the side, and we over there talking. I say, hey man, help me out, man. I'm looking for A, B, C, and D. Oh, okay, okay, man. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Well, you go here for this. You go over here for that. You go, wait a minute. Don't go here though. Don't go there because I already, that's not a good place. But yeah, you need somebody to do that. Now, there was a time when that didn't exist, but you got that now. So, and that helps you out. That's probably 6 months. That's 6 months worth of driving around, looking around. What that one person that you met on a Facebook group has given you that type of information. That's worth money, man. That's gold.
Or at least
That
put you in
that
touch with people that
yeah.
know more than him too, or her.
Well, I can tell you right now, if you single and he's married, and he met his wife there, he's gonna know he gonna know 80% of what's popping on as far as a single man. He gonna know
Yeah,
a lot. His wife might help it out too. So I'm not gonna
yeah.
say gonna know everything. He'll know that's a valuable source if
His
you
wife
go
gonna know how to
overseas.
get it popping too with it, cause she probably got some friends when you go out there. So you
Mhm.
ain't even really, gotta bring no
If
sand to the beach.
if you go overseas, one of the things we were learn. It was a couple of guys. They were married. It was a couple of guys married. So they used to be single. So they would say, "Hey, the first thing you need to do," he said, "don't go to the base club." Why not? It's free. And he said, "Don't go to the base club." He said, "First thing you need to do, the very first thing you need to do is get as far away from the base as you can." And we like, huh? He said, "Hey man, that's how you get in trouble, man." He said, "Hanging around that base." He said, "When something happened, they're gonna grab people. If you get in a fight," he says, "just so much can happen hanging around the base." He said, "Man, just get away from the base." And that was the best information that man. I swear to God, I used to be gone. Braves like, "Where you going?" I said, "I'm gone, man." They said, "Man, you ain't going to the club." I said, "Nope." I just go hit them trains. I go down there with my little backpack, man. I hit them trains. They ain't see me, man.
But
They
you went
didn't
to
see me.
another club, or you was just
No,
gallivanting?
I just went in the country, man. I could read. I mean, it's in English, so I take the train. I'll be like, okay, I'm getting off on this place. I can't pronounce it, but I get off, walk around. I see a park bench. I go over there, man, hang out. I'm just living, man, just like they living. Sometimes, a couple of times. Now me, 'cause my conversation gonna be about women. So obviously, me, I'm chilling. It's a Saturday. Maybe I hit the club up about 8. I mean, about 10. It's 5 o'clock. I don't even know where I'm at. I know how to get away. I know how to get back to the train, but I don't even know. I can't pronounce where I'm at. And then women would show up, man, and I'm a Mac. So I played that, bro. And I didn't not all the time, but I scored a couple of times off of that. I like that. I like that.
And
They were like, you from I was like, yeah. I ain't gonna get into the specifics of that. There was some things. Unfortunately, I embellished a few things, but I had a great time. I liked it. I liked it. Also, I was away in the sense, whatever happened, it never got back to the people. So that's what I'm saying. And he was telling me get away from that because that's how you get in trouble.
yeah, do your dirt all by your lonely.
Uh huh. And but no, it was cool, man. And then you would go downtown and you do what you want downtown, and then you come back. And we had a little place. It was like a little abandoned place, and we used to have like food in there and like canned goods, stuff like that. And you could sleep off. You was had been drinking. You could sleep it off, get up next morning, and go catch the trains, go back home, and you had no problems. You served your country, and I like that. I like that. So and I don't miss it, but I like it. I did it enough. I remember this one Asian chick. She was thick, man. Bruh, built, built, built. No, I remember that, man. That woman was banging. And I played it off slowly. It moved over. I timed my move, and I went over there. I started talking to her, and she just looked at me, man. She didn't say nothing back. She heard everything. She spoke English, and she said, "I, uh, no." I said, "Huh?" She said, "Find other girl." I said, "No." I said, "No need to do that." I said, "You are you perfect." She said, "No, I fat." I said, "No, I know." She refused to accept anything other than she fat. You find another girl. I know good. I know good. Man, to this day, man, I'm hunted by that. I was like, are you nuts? Hey man, hey man. If you want to say fairly compared to her people, you can make a case, yeah. But she doesn't sound like I'm thick like that. That's what I'm saying. She like I like them all thick like that, and that's what she didn't get. She couldn't believe I liked her thick. That's what she was saying. Like, why you like me? I fat. I fat. Find another girl. You know, like me. No, nobody like me. I don't know. I never met this woman. I just saw her standing there. We could have talked about it, but I couldn't talk about it. Train showed up. She got on the train, man. I wasn't gonna get on no train and go to Timbuk fucking two. Like
I mean, that's the way you don't know
had to
nothing
let that one
about.
go, man. We could have had a conversation, man. She didn't believe me. Actually, I did. Now you got to see her though. I disagree. I disagree. Growing up in the South, she didn't understand. And then they're small people to begin with. So she's going by their standard. So by their standard, I get you. You thicker than them, but you not fat. And I didn't have a chance. I might have had 3 minutes. I could
From
have
meeting
cracked
her
it though, man. Huh?
I said from meeting her, you had 3 minutes from meeting her.
Your phone messed up, man.
I, I was saying
Yeah.
you had 3 minutes from meeting her till
I
the
had
train
three
came.
minutes before we was out in the streets, man. I had 3 minutes of opportunity with her. And by that time, she didn't know me. I'm some dude she never met. And whatever, man, like I'm gonna be for real. Going through she over there to her own people, maybe they consider her they would consider her like a BBW over there to them. But she don't understand. Well, she wouldn't know about America. She wouldn't know. She wouldn't know, okay, this dude from the South and 90% of those women got big butts and big breasts and they thick. How would she know that? You see what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
was unable to express that to her. And she couldn't believe me. She thought I was trying to play a joke on her or something. And I
See,
didn't
I
get
didn't heard this
into
before.
I didn't get into it's just a one night stay. Why you overthinking this? We didn't go.
They trying to marry you. I had a kid.
Yeah, I didn't say that. Like, no, I ain't trying to do that. But nah, man, she blew my mind when she said that. I couldn't believe it. I said, huh? No, you find another girl. You not like me. Nobody like me. I fat. I said, no, you not. No, you not, man. And she didn't believe me.
Yeah, they have some chicks like I know Latinos like that. Um, like when I be around them, some of them like the curvy body, but some of them like the small, like just regular.
Nah, man. She was in shape, man. She just had a big butt. And in her culture, that's not good, but it just was stupid, man, because the woman missed the opportunity of a lifetime.
Gonna have a night with you, I play.
Nah, man, it's gonna be cool. I disagree. The whole thing that she actually needed me because I can't believe she thought that about herself, man. I didn't know her. You gotta understand, I don't know that till she starts talking. But she didn't have her self confidence was shot, bro. I didn't know that. Now maybe like I said, she was a lot bigger than the women, and she probably was about 6 feet,
Man,
two, maybe 200.
Man,
mostly
she was
in her
fine.
bottom, mostly in her legs and thighs, and big breast. Uncommon, very uncommon for a small people. And maybe she's been harassed her whole life. Maybe I didn't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that there was some mental issues, but uh, can't help her if she don't listen. So I watched her get on the train, man, and leave. I was like, no, give me. She refused to let me say anything other than she wouldn't. If I said no, you're not. She was like, oh, I ain't hot. Oh, I hot.
She didn't dealt with you black men before. Wooed the same way.
No, she ain't. No, where we was ain't no black men out there.
You don't
I
think she
was
ain't
way
never
out.
been with a black man?
I was way out there on the in the countryside, brother. I know where I know where I go. So I'm saying she ain't never no black man, but she didn't. I'm gonna tell you what it is, brother. She saw a player. She saw me. She knew I had action at the bad bitches, and she couldn't believe I picked her. But she don't understand. I'm a dude from the south, and I got tired of smashing them little skinny bitches. I wanted to give me a thick junk, and it ain't a lot of them over there. That's what she didn't get. Like, hey, you don't grow on a tree.
Y'all rare.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, I like your thick ass. And I didn't like, man, that pissed me off too. I was like, what? And then she ain't not, whatever. The game is there though, man. I ain't worried about it.
You remember it though. But she must have
Well,
been
man,
something.
no, that was a home run right there, brother. She messed that up. And what about it lying? She's trying to basically uh, 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 suggest I'm lying. I'm telling her lies just because I want to smash. But the truth was, I was not lying. And that's her problem. Maybe brothers have hit her and forgot about her, and and that made her bitter. Maybe that was like that. I don't. It's possible. For all I know, she worked in downtown, so it's a lot of foreigners downtown. But where I met her, maybe that was where she lived. She lived out in the countryside. But it's possible, man. Maybe her boyfriend broke her heart.
I mean, all she need to do is meet that one wrong dude. I was telling the chick that we be talking to when she be coming up here that the other day, and then they be ruined, and they remember that, and everybody else got to deal with that. So you'll try to meet the right one, but he ain't it because you ain't giving him a chance.
There you go. And I would have sported her like a Rolex watch, brother. Brother, let me tell you something. If I would have got that, bruh, if I would have got that motherfucker, they would have put a crown on my. I'd been king. I'd have been king for the day. Bruh, if I could have pulled that,
But plus,
I
y'all would have
had
let it go.
everybody on there would have been eating out my fucking hand. They were like, God damn, how you pull that, bro? Where you get at,
Where
man?
you get that
God
from?
damn. Man, now you got, she don't understand. And she don't know. But I know. Maybe that's don't worry about it. Let me say, I take care of. She don't know. Man, you didn't see it. That's what I'm saying. You just have to see it. And I get it. I get it. That's our culture. They're small people. When you're that big, you 6 feet and 205, to them, that's overweight. But she didn't know I'm a southern dude. That shit ain't overweight. Hell, we finna feed you another cheeseburger. She ain't had no waist, bro. She ain't no waist. And I already know the brothers. All the brothers in there, we smashing little basic 120-pound, 5'3", 115-pound, 5'2". I show up with a 6-foot brick house. Bro, they put a crown on my motherfucking head. And I almost had her, but she was crazy. I almost had her though.
Man, like the One that got away, hot flat.
I still remember because most of them are not built like. That's the thing. It's just a different culture, man. We live in a different world. Out there, they have BBWs. They have fat women out there. That one no fat woman. But one thing about their culture is they're extremely like uniform. They're very uniform. When you're out of uniformity, you do get harassed. So I think that's just what she had been harassed her whole life, man.
Yeah, she probably been big her
Yeah,
whole life for a kid.
yeah,
At
yeah.
6 feet and a grown woman, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she out of
Uh-huh.
place.
No, no, no. That's they abused her whole life, and look at what happened in the end. She don't believe in herself. She don't believe, she has doubt, So that was just weird to me because I wanted to bring her back to the base. I was gonna sport her, bro. It was a couple of dudes I wanted to show her off to too, bro. They better be glad. They better thank their stars, bro.
I'm coming to flex on y'all boys tonight. I ain't
I
playing
was
no
going
games.
straight to the. I was going straight to the base, straight to the base club. We was gonna post up. I was gonna say, hold up for a minute. She gonna say, well, I'm saying, let me fold this skirt up a little bit. It's too long. Let me put it right there. We go. There we go. Keep it like that. Don't worry about. Just keep it like that. Hey, when these niggas come over here, don't say shit. Okay. When they ask you your name or something, don't say shit. I was gonna school her up, bro. I was waiting on that, but she was talking like a fool. Also, that's a different country. You can't just like run behind. You can't do shit like that. They don't believe in shit like that. Nigga out here running behind the women, nah, you gonna get locked up, bro.
Oh, you can't be thirsty out there, but you gotta play it cool.
Nah, man, yeah. If they run into the train, they gotta go to the train. You can join them, but that don't mean nothing. That don't mean they gotta stand next to you. And they will put your ass off a train. So that's what I mean. So you gotta be patient. But it lined up. It was all right, man. It was a couple of dudes. It was a couple of dudes that I wanted to show off to, and I almost got it. And I had a partner. His girlfriend was like 6'1". She did flicks. She did flicks. He told
From
me.
the base?
No, 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 no. His girlfriend was a citizen, but she was doing movies over there. That was her job. She was an adult entertainer. And she liked black guys, right? So that was his girlfriend. But the thing was, the chick I'm talking about was thicker, had a bigger butt, a thicker body than his girl. And everybody considered his girl the top notch. And I was one, man, I don't even know. I was right there. Because I knew I could. I was like, this dude ain't talking about shit, man. This nigga right here, let me show these niggas something. And she messed it up. And you say, well, why don't you just stay out there? Well, believe it or not, that is very uncommon for them to be that big, man. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. It's not like you can say they all like bullshit. And that's what I'm saying. It's just and it messed me up because I know my flow, man. She threw me. God damn, I had it, bro.
Well,
I had a
reminiscing.
championship, man. I was finna press them niggas, bro. I was finna press them niggas like y'all can't fuck with me. I told you, bro. Like, where you find her? Don't worry about it. Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Going
What?
to the trenches, gonna
I
pull
told
something.
you niggas you couldn't fuck with me. I told you niggas. I
Did,
told you niggas that shit you talking about.
did you ever get to beat them though? Like you know what I'm saying? Like ever get that one
Ah,
chick?
nah, I was still most basics. Just basic 5'2", 115,
Was don't do nothing to
five
beat him.
5 foot 125. No, they're small people, man. Korean, all they're just small. They're small people. Thailand, they don't eat what we eat. They're not all swole up off McDonald grease and shit. Their country won't let them eat what we eat.
I can only imagine, bro.
In fact, in fact, it's rare to be overweight in Asia. That you have a medical condition. It ain't because of what you eat. You have some type of hormonal problem. And maybe, like I said, that's just the world. And anything that's out of order, they don't like. So if you overweight or too big, people are cruel. They're going to harass you and call you names. They do that to a lot of the mixed race people over there.
The black, the black and Asian one. Damn, they ain't safe nowhere.
Black and Asian is going to be harassed their whole life because they're not
Yeah.
Asian.
Yeah.
That's just their culture, man. I'm not saying they encourage harassment. I'm just saying people are people and people do bad things.
Yeah.
And clearly that's what it was with her.
That's a blazing over here. Asian persuasion. Like, that's the thing. We looking for y'all.
And it's other things too, but I'm just saying I had them dudes, bro. Cause I had talked cash shit to them dudes. I got the best pool game, man. All right, just wait on it. Keep waiting. I'm like, all right, you ain't showed me. I seen your girl, man. You ain't showed me shit.
She all right.
Yeah.
I almost had you today. Get back in the business.
Nah,
I almost had you today.
that porn chick, not my thing, but his thing, she's all right. She had money too.
I would hope
Oh,
so.
man, let me tell you something what that woman did. He went and got that little porn girlfriend, man. I wasn't his best friend. He had a best friend. And he had that woman bringing women in for him.
Yeah, see that would be the upside. There's a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
downside, but that's the upside.
Nah, he would tell her. He would tell her, when you come over here, make sure you bring somebody for her. And he would say it's not her name. I mean his name. And she seen him and she would look around. And sure enough, both of them would come on. And all of them got mad attention. Whatever they would come on, everybody, even the lieutenant, all of them was like, who the fuck? Because they couldn't believe that, you know, brothers could pull like that. These were not no uh regular chicks. These were some, like I said, this chick was doing porn. These were some superstars. And they couldn't believe a regular dude, could pull that. And the dude was a regular dude. But he would have her bring another one, and she ain't spend no much, she ain't buy him no car, but she would pay for the food. Um,
Treat him
she was
good.
real cool. Now, no, hold up, she did that. One time I had my camera. I remember this. Yeah, they real funny about. See, I guess I don't know about it, but they have a real problem with weight. I remember I had my camera, man, that woman, I pointed that camera at that woman lost her mind. It was like 5 people in there was watching the movie. I'm trying to remember. I had to take a picture, and I pulled the camera out, and I didn't take it till she saw me. And she saw me, man, that woman jumped up and jumped behind him and pushed him in the way. And I said, what's going on? He said, I don't know. And then she was like, no, 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 no. And it was that and the scale. One time we bought a scale in there, but the scale was we bought the scale in there because it was a argument between two men about the weight. But since she was in there, pushed the scale to her, man, she did the same thing on that. She would not get on that scale, man. So it's something going on in that culture where they real critical of obesity and yeah, they're real critical. It's toxicity over there.
She said, I ain't getting on camera unless I'm getting paid.
Man, it didn't make sense. No, no, no. It was noticeably something was going on. And I think that's just in their culture. They're toxic about, because most of the people are nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's very common for them to have Uh, fitting them up, fit as fuck.
Yeah, I don't see too many like you say thick Asians, man. It'd be rare, bro. It'd be rare. I think Michael Blackson was like one of the only ones that I've seen like what do you call that? Uh, outside with one. That's not a porn star or corn star. You know what I'm saying? But past that, yeah. I mean, I see him in Houston though. You can go to certain places in Houston. You'll see. I guess she a favorite age. Maybe she
You're
ate
gonna see
all
a
Asian.
Americanized Asian.
Yeah, Americanized. Cause she
Um,
would be thinking about all that.
no, they thick. I mean, it's like I said, it's not the norm, but they get thick. And the ones who get thick tend to like black men.
Cause they know black men like thick women. Ain't
they,
no need to play around with it.
yeah,
Like we go,
they be thick, man. And with the long hair, with the
man.
olive black, long, beautiful hair, the body
The
thick,
eyes.
thick, right? Big legs, right? In shape legs. No, I'm saying muscular, not fat, but the uh man, bro, I'm telling you, bro. You gotta go. What I'm saying, guys gotta understand. That's why niggas was in there beating each other up over those women, bro. And one was like three of them. You know, it's about 15 dudes. They want a thick girlfriend. How they gonna get with him? But three. And them little
Yeah,
potato chips, them little 5'3", 197. Nobody, man, come on, man.
they get all hot plat.
Yeah, that's unwanted, man. That's really unwanted. But no, that's what I'm saying. That's what guys with. But nah, man, them women they like olive oil type chicks, and I know some of them guys. That's just not my thing. I go back to America. I'm all right. Do my time. I'm not. That's just not for me.
Man,
And
it's too.
and and the woman I'm talking about, she was in demand, brother, not just from him. She was doing flicks. Dudes was buying her flicks. She just happened to have a military boyfriend, but
You ever had to fight for one?
she could date the men of her culture. She didn't like them though. She didn't want to date them. It wasn't like they weren't trying, but she made the flicks, bro. She got the money. She had money. I just one thing that stood out about her, she had money. And I ain't talking about, like I said, she didn't buy no car, but she would buy food and pay for shit, alcohol. Uh, she was very smart too, man. Just smart as fuck, bro. And I was like, damn, I'm saying in my mind, you do flicks? Man, that chick was so smart. It's just a different world, man. That chick did flicks, bro. And she could speak like 4 languages and just quick, man. And she would, do stuff, right? You conversate with a man, and then you realize, like, God damn, this woman's smart. I
Did
remember
you stay with her?
they had put a letter on there on the TV. Was watching a Japanese channel, and one of the women had did something prestigious. So they wanted to give everybody a refresher on who the woman was. So they put a letter she wrote when she was like 7. And now, close, of course, it was in like Mandarin or whatever the language is over there. In that, it was written in that. And they put that up there. And I remember I said, hey, she said, she looked at me. I said, you can't read that. Man, that woman got so mad at me. She said, that's a letter for someone grade 7. I didn't mean to be a fair. I was just joking. But she's like, that's a letter from a 7th grader. Fuck you mean I can't read it? She's like, Dad, I don't know what it says. She could read it though, man.
She started speaking it.
No, she
Straight,
she could
straight
read it
dialect.
though. She was just basically saying you joking, right? That's not even a complicated letter. That's what I'm saying. I just said it because it was a different language, man. It don't matter.
So
And
the
good for
top,
him, man. Good for him. He just pulled. He pulled her, and he had her, and he hooked up his friend, and I almost had him beat. I almost, but the chick was on some other stuff. I could have helped her with that too, bro. Bro, it wouldn't take me but it wouldn't take me but one dinner. I could have got her mind right. Her mind was bad. But I could have got that right. But I can't get it right if you don't let me get it right. Her brain was bad, bro.
you ever got in a fight over there for one of them?
I never got in a fight, but I've had threats and shit over those women. Yeah. Thirsty nigga get mad, bro. He hit it a couple of weeks ago. You getting it, you leaving. Yeah, thirsty nigga.
They about to crash out. I'll go to jail for that.
No, I didn't go to jail. I wasn't going. No, he wanted to, but I didn't.
Yeah.
I just kept walking and told her, she could make up her mind. He kept saying he knew her, right? So I was like, I didn't say nothing to him. I just looked at her because he kept saying he knew her. And I looked at her and I was like, okay, you know him? She's like, yeah, she had her head down. Yeah. And I said, okay, well, it's up to you. I'm finna go back. So, I mean, she could have ran out with him. She still came behind me. So I kept on going.
Sound like she put her head down. She must have been embarrassed. Like, yeah, I used to mess it up.
And she wasn't thinking about me, bro. We smashed a couple of times and then we didn't hear nothing from her. Go back to the club. She right up in there half naked, hugging on another dude. So that's just the way it is,
Thought
man.
and plotting. See, that's how I thought and plotting. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's just the way it is, man. I done been to places, especially when I was young. You go to the club, the same club a couple times. You be the met the chick. She didn't stop talking to you. She back outside. Just gotta respect the game, man. And let it be, man. Move on. There's plenty of chicks. But you know what, Platt? I think if you would have got the chick that was thick, the next thing would have been she don't put your homeboy on like the other girl.
No,
That's what
no,
it was.
she was a regular person. And I would have kept it that way. Now she's just a regular girl. I'm very, very skilled at dealing with foreign women. So um, by me getting her on the countryside, she's a fish out of water. Completely a fish out of water. There's no way I would even let them. I would have done like Mr. Yee. There's no way those guys would have. They could have seen her. They can see her, but no, they can't talk to her.
Hey yo, man, I'm gonna put this one up. Y'all chill out, man. Y'all see us in passing. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. They can't see it. Hey man, some of them you want to be like that with though. You know what I'm saying? It
Now,
ain't her. It's everybody else.
women who've been abused verbally like that and they lost their self esteem, they need good men to come in and help them. They don't need no psychiatrist. They just haven't been around the right environment. And I could have. It's not just her. All women. I could have given her that, but she's got to listen. See, one thing that you know about the game is listening. That's like the. That's like what's the most important thing in getting at women? Listening. If they can't listen, they become a liability because you can tell them something and they still do it the wrong way. They gotta listen, man. Now, once you find them, the ones that listen, now you can get some shit done. Now, both of you guys can make some moves. They gotta listen to you, man. And if they ain't listening, like I said, the woman kept walking. That's not a woman who's listening. And I
But
don't waste my time with women who don't listen.
yeah,
And
so I
that's it,
mean,
even in America, because listening is a part of trust. So if they trust you, they don't have to trust you the day you meet them. But if you trust me, you'll listen to me. And if you listen to me, the results will be good for you. Okay, now watch. Okay, you listen 3 times. Didn't everything go the way I said? Okay, now don't ever stop. listening to me. You got niggas out here, women listen to him and it ruins the woman. Well, you shouldn't be listening to him. He don't know nothing.
Yeah. And there's a reason why dudes will keep a chick down and they've been with them 3, 4 years or even longer. And then she get out that situation and feel away about everybody else. Yeah, he can't see you. He can't imagine you elevating. he can't.
Well,
You
let
can't
me
do
add,
better than me.
now let me add this. They have to listen, but you gotta be a good guide. You gotta be a good the information has to produce the result that
Yeah.
you just can't say listen to me and you give bad information. But no, that's just a key thing, and that's everything, and that's why dudes get thirsty, and that's why dudes overreact. Don't overreact, man. If they and overseas in America, they have to listen. I could go to Miami today, go to South Beach, and whoever I push up on, they gotta listen because I know what I'm saying. I'm spitting gold out my mouth. All you need to do is listen. Now, if you don't want to hear what I got to say or you're not paying me no attention like that, then you're right. We not a good fit. It just ain't meant to be because you don't listen. And that's another thing too, dealing with women who don't listen. Well, I think I might do a streamer dealing with women who don't listen. Well, they keep making mistakes, man. And you say, well, hey, if you would have listened to me, I told you what to do. Oh, I'm sorry. Are
Exactly
you
what to
right?
do. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not my fault. I told you not to. I, you know, okay. So then you say, okay, go back out doing something. And then another mistake. You didn't listen. Well, that's what I'm saying. So you can't, any man knows the first time is too many times. You didn't listen.
Yeah, really the first time, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. That
And
second
you,
time you just like, yeah, we
well,
can't we
yeah, then
can't
she
do this.
telling you she ain't going to listen. She going to do what you want to do. So since you're going to do what you want to do, leave me alone.
Yeah, go do what you want to do. If you feel like you gonna win without me, then go do that. Yeah, I be like that, bro. I've been like that. My baby mom, my second baby mom, but she said it last night. She said she had to tell a dude that, man, I ain't my baby daddy type. Cause I told my baby mama that before. I was like, you ain't my type, fam. I just rock with you because this, and this. That's why I just let you go be goofy. Go do that. I'm cool over here. So, and you know the result gonna be what it is. And I done came across plenty of women that you hear something from them, they say it wasn't a certain way, and then you'll see why it is what it is. We just gotta let them be, bro. Yeah, listening,
Yep.
bro.
And
That's A1, bro.
that's one of my biggest, and I'll take this to my grave. And I mean that, man. Women who don't listen. That's just unforgivable for me, man. I can't forgive you if you don't listen. Because when you don't listen, it messes me up. Because I know I gave you the game. I
For
know
free.
I gave you the game. But you didn't listen. So now it looked like my game sloppy, or it looked like what we doing ain't what we doing. And I'm exposed and because you didn't listen. I told you. Look, hey, check it out. We finna go to this wedding. I know these people. Okay? I know how they move. All right. What I need you to do is, you looking pretty, but do me a favor. Just shut your mouth. Okay. Look, once we leave, you can talk to your friends or whatever, but I know these people. Next thing you know, you get there, you walking around, she over there with her mouth wide open. Yap, 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 yap. And then you getting in the car looking at her, what were you doing? Oh, well, they came over there and they asked me something, and I started to say, no, you just fucked me up. Now all the brothers in there look at me, I'm a weak ass nigga. I can't
Yeah.
control the chicks I bring in there. And then you say, you know what? What you did to me tonight is so unforgivable. You talking about some me and you? Fuck that. I gotta go deal with them niggas now.
Oh yeah, they gonna get
I
on your
gotta go
head.
deal with the backlash, and nigga be like, "Yo, man, I got a number two, nigga," and I gotta go deal with that. You may be like, "I was a sucker in there," and you don't even
Yeah,
know them people. Why you in there running your mouth? Yeah, that's unforgivable, man. That's what I'm saying.
it's really easy to be cool, man. I mean, I didn't deal with that, man. Been on the road, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why I don't take nobody on the road with me, because I know what it is, and it's just like you go frustrate me, and I can't just put you out. I would want to, but I just can't
But the
put you out.
boy, a good woman will look. See, this is the problem too. Women, they're too offended. They're too easily offended. Just listen. Oh, you can't tell me what to do. See, that's what I'm saying. That we can't do nothing.
Yeah.
That's what we can't do nothing. Then I can't tell you nothing, what to do. No, you can't tell me. See, I ain't gonna. Well, then you can do what you want on your own. And you
Especially,
tell the people, listen, I know what we finna do. You understand? Let me do the talking. We're gonna go here and we're gonna be out of here. And okay, why you the only one who could talk? Because I know who I'm dealing with. Do you understand that part? You don't know these people. I do. I don't
play your
care about what
position.
they say. They like your dress. They who are you? Just smile and pay no attention to them. Don't worry about it. I'll take it from there. What? How would I take it from there? They say something to her. I'm gonna interrupt. I'm gonna say, okay, yeah, she had her hair straight. Well, damn, I asked her. I said, hey, well, hold up for a minute because, you know, just hold up. All right, we'll get back to you, and I'm gonna move. And then I'm gonna wonder if she been sent over there. Like, why you keep trying to make conversation with her? You don't. Fuck is this? So, but that's a whole different world, man. Look, I'm just saying that part. But a lot of dudes, they ain't gonna, they got to learn the hard way. They got to learn the hard way. A lot of these dudes who run around talking about their woman cheated on them, they woman wasn't listening to them. They ain't gonna admit that.
Nah,
Their
they gonna
ego,
admit
their ego won't let them admit it, but they know their woman would pay them no
that.
attention, man. And that's right. That's the beginning, man. Let me tell you something. When you want to see cracks in the armor, when she stops listening to you, I swear that's where it starts. I absolutely swear. That's when the cracks in the armor show up. All of a sudden, you call her job, you tell her to do something, she come home, she never forgets. She forgot. Something going on. She never forgets. She comes home, you ask her to do something at work, you called her. She didn't remember. Okay, she probably was doing something else. And that's the sad thing, man. It's sad when it happens, but yeah, it's the truth. And as a man, you got to end that relationship. As a man, the first time she don't listen to you, you need to be down there talking to them folks about getting that divorce. Because she don't want to be your woman no more. She want to be another nigga's woman. Because that's who they listening to. If they ain't listening to you, they listen to somebody else. And
Or
see,
she was playing the game.
this where they gonna get mad. This is where women get mad when you say stuff like that. Well, this is the thing. You're gonna listen to somebody. See, you can say you can't tell me what to do, but guess what? You listening to somebody. You saying that, but you still listening to somebody. And if the nigga you listening to told you to jump off the roof, you go jump off the roof. But you don't want to listen to me. Oh, but I can't tell you what to do, but he can tell you what to do. But you know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I already know, man. That's how they move. So when they stop listening to you, I don't know why, but there you go. They listen to the men they want to fuck with. Absolutely. I stand on that.
And that, and for me, is the dude that don't require them to do too much, that allow them to talk like that. That's why they talk like that. And it comes and goes. You know, she'll be cool for a minute, then she not cool. And for whatever the reason, she didn't got like that. But you right, she'll listen to somebody. She'll listen to her boss. So
There you go. If she
she'll,
ain't listening, if she's not listening to you, it's some man out there. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you do know. She listening to him, and you could come in on a man's wife. You could be a man, and he could be married. He been married for 5 years. You can start telling her to do stuff on purpose, just to fuck with him. Hey, don't return his phone call. Huh? That's my husband. What did I tell you to do? What did I say? I thought we was finna do something. Me and you, right? Don't return that phone call. You, bruh, if they into him, they're not gonna. I don't give a damn about you being married. You been married 3 times. She'll start acting up, bro. That's my point. That's why you have to put a line in the sand. And if they cross that line, you got to say, okay, it's over, because that's how you maintain. You don't have to watch them, but that's how you maintain control. And the reason I say that, because I know niggas. And the reason I say that, because I'm a nigga. And I know how we move. So I'm saying they ain't going to do that to me. They ain't going to hustle me, man. They ain't going to get me. You can't get me. And I'm not even going to open myself up to be got. There you go. Yeah, no, ain't nothing wrong with putting some rules out there, man. But it's the feminists get it, and they think somebody's trying to be mean or nobody trying to be sexist. The man trying to protect. He trying to protect you. It's like when dudes go to a party and she know everybody, and you say, "Hey, damn," and she said, "What?" Like every time we went to this party, you all up in this nigga face. You know everybody, don't it? Ah, them just my friends. Ah, that's when you said, nah, you know too many people. I don't like women like that. You know the whole city. I don't like that. I say I walk in there, you all up in the nigga face, smiling and hugging on niggas, and here come this nigga with a drink, talking about some hey bay and all that. What the fuck is that? And then you let her know that ain't how you move. Oh, you just insecure. You just a little jealous, little insecure bitch nigga. Okay. Then you let her go, man. That's disrespectful also if she says that to you. You know, she could think it, but if she says it, that relationship's already over. And that's a woman who just wants to manipulate you. Because it's none of those things, man. It's a protection method. And look, shout out to my brothers, man, who they women show them respect and do these things for them. Because they know exactly, I get it, bro. I'm trying to get where you at. I see it all the time. I seen women cut their ex-husbands off. I don't mean in a negative way. I mean they don't talk to him no more because they new man don't allow it. Now, he ain't physically stopping him, but because he's requested that, they implement that. And you could be hanging out with him like, yo, ain't your girl, ain't that your ex-wife? Yeah, man. So you ain't gonna go over there, man. She ain't gonna say nothing to me, man. That nigga, man. That nigga ain't gonna let her talk to me.
that's a cold
Damn.
one, man. That's a cold. That's cold, bro. Not the ex-wife, bro. But I can see that. But some dudes do require that. Like I say, man, I was telling the girl the other day on the phone. I mean, the one we be talking to, and I told her I'm similar to that, bro. Like after a certain time, like I ain't going for it. Like it's cool. You know, you can make a mistake maybe too, cause you ain't used to it. But when I say something, man, yeah, we ain't playing them games. Ain't playing none of them games, bro. Cause you ain't gonna be having me out here looking crazy, putting me in
Mm-hmm.
situations that I can't come back from, or that's gonna be a detriment to my life. Yeah, dog, I'm cool on that. This relationship ain't that important, not to ruin my life for. You know what I'm saying? Or you make me look goofy in front of people I've been knowing all my life. And be like, DT, this ain't even you. What's going on with you, baby? Like, man, you know, she cool. Nah, well, I ain't making no excuse for you. But yeah, man, boys gotta get away from that, bro. You know, man, one time, you know, she met you is new. You know, you trying to figure out how she move, but when it get to that point where, like you say, she called you out your name like that. Yeah, it ain't. It's certain things. It's certain things women that'll do. Women to do certain things that it's no coming back from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like that's the way I am. Like no matter
No,
what.
no, you're right. And if you caught up in your feelings, it's gonna mess with you, man. Because it's gonna be hard to get rid of it, but you still caught up in your feelings. You still got feelings for her, but you got to dump her. So that's a conflict because you're gonna dump somebody you got feelings for. That's the whole thing about catching the feelings. You got to be careful with that, and also you got to monitor everything. Perfection ain't nobody out here perfect. Women, and that's the thing. Most men know women lie and they smash and they go back to their husbands and their
Oh
husband
yeah.
don't know and they just did it. You're like, damn, this chick, I met this chick, smashed her. Chick married. Like, damn, I ain't know married women be just out here like, well, that's what I'm saying. It's an eye-opening experience.
Yes, it is, bro. When I first got in the truck and I experienced that, well, I've done it when I was younger, but I've experienced that when she was older than me, and it was just like, yeah, and it was where I ain't gonna say it was where I worked at, but it was like it was lined up to that. But she knew me, she seen me all the time. I was like, yeah. And she'd talk about her husband. I was like, yeah, I'm good, my nigga. I can't do this no more. I'm good.
A lot of husbands are just a utensil, just like a fork or a spoon. They carry no real weight. They're just a useful idiot.
Yeah, take care
No,
of
for real. Yeah, they carry really no weight. Like you say, she's married, right? But if she wants to sleep with other men, he'll turn a blind eye. I'm not saying he won't get upset or have issues with you if he knows. I'm just saying the way he's playing it, he's ignoring it. That's what I'm saying. And she knows she can get away with it. Like he knows ain't no way they're gonna break up.
yeah. Got kids together. They
Yep.
live together.
Uh-huh.
That truck in his name. Like, yeah. And it was somebody that I didn't think would even be on go like that. G, I ain't gonna even hold you. But
You know what my problem has been? Real talk is I meet these women's husbands. Now this is some real shit, man. I meet their husband. No, no, we smashed before, but now we're not smashing. But we ain't smashing no more. But we cool. And they'll be like, "Yo, can you come by my house to pick up something, right?" And I'd be like, "Okay." Because we're not smashing it. Like we smashed before one time, and over 3-4 months working together, doing stuff. Okay, can you come by my house? Okay, come by. Uh, I'm looking. Knock on the door. A man. Hey, how you doing? You must be so and so. I said, yeah, yeah. Oh man, she's in the back. He said, my wife talks about you so much, says you so helpful. Oh, okay, okay. No, no. Let me show you where it goes. You said okay. So then you go and sit down on the couch with him. Maybe he watching a football game, and she's taking her time. So slowly, man, y'all start talking. And after about an hour, man, you be like, man, I like him way more than her. Like, bro, cool as fuck. And she'll come down, hand you what you're trying to get. You be like, all right, all right. He be like, yeah, man, you finna watch the game. Yeah. He's like, I'm all right. Yeah, man, you can stay. So you get to know him. This happened to me a couple of times. I like him more than her. And that's the crazy thing because I'm not smashing her. I know she's smashing other men. So when I meet him or I see him again, I had to keep that inside me And I don't like that. Because I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say, hey man, your woman cheating on you like a motherfucker. Cause you cool, like, yo, bro, you cool as fuck. I've told 3 women, don't do that shit in front of me. She said, what? Do not be flirting with niggas. While I'm sitting here, I know your man, and he cool, and I don't want to hold that shit behind me when I fuck with him. Don't do that shit in front of me. Take your ass somewhere else and flirt. And I'm very serious about that, or then I can't come over no more then. Fuck that. I'm not gonna fucking, don't tell me your dirty secrets and then invite me over to your fucking marriage. Fuck out of here. I'm not no weird nigga. I don't want to I gotta sit up here and listen to football and the nigga cool and you fucking another nigga. Yeah, I don't like that. I've already, like I said, I made that clear and they stopped. They didn't, I don't know nothing about it. While I was around, I'm saying at the job or whatever, they stopped doing it. The dude, he ain't no asshole. He ain't no low-key hater. He's just a cool dude, man. He got a bad opinion of his woman. He has a horrible opinion. He has a terrible opinion of his woman. But he loves her. And that's the conversation he got to have with her. Why she wants to cheat on him. I don't know. But she does. And like I said, I'm telling you, man, every time I meet him, I'm a regular dude, man. Can of beer, football, basketball, hang out, conversations about manly things. I'm a regular dude. But I'm not gonna sit there and have conversations and I'm sitting there with in the back of my head is I know you fucking the boss. I know. Yeah, it makes me into a fake person, man. And no, I'm not gonna do that. And I think women do that to try to break men. I think they try to break your spirit as a man. I think that's a deliberate act to break you and make you keep her secrets, while you stare in the face of her husband. And then as a man, you broken. Your masculinity, all that shit is tested. And let me tell you something. If that ever happens to you, man, that's a sad day as a man because you know that's a good dude. You know she wrong. It's like, why you doing your man like this? Your man's a good dude. He cares about you. And then why you letting me know you sleep with this nigga? I ain't ask you nothing about that. Let me sit right here. Okay, you want to sit in my cubicle. Okay. Let me use your phone. Okay. Who you talking to? This nigga. Get your ass out. That's what I'm saying. Get your ass out of here. You can't come over here with that. I know your man. Don't do stuff like that around me. Do you want me to tell him? How am I drink a beer and watch a football game and I know what you're doing? Maybe he know too. But no, I don't move like that. I don't want to know about your dirt. Do your dirt somewhere else. And after I had that conversation, she stopped. There's been a couple of women, but they stopped and everything been cool. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know nothing about what you do outside your mouth. I don't want to. Why are you telling me? We cool. Okay, we were cool until you introduced me to your husband. So now we not cool now. Conversations have to be had, man, and lines have to be drawn in the sand. So many thirsty dudes. There's no lines drawn. The women know that now these dudes will marry them. The woman still could be single and sleep with this guy, that guy, this guy, and the guy pay all the bills. The guy's a 100% simp. Nah, bruh. He said, is the husband cheating? I don't know. I do not know. But a fine, thick woman gonna get a lot of attention, bro. A lot. And if she don't want to have one man, she don't have to.
And them boys go sign up to be number two, and they'll crash out for. But yeah, what you just said, man, about the conversations have to be had, man. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's uncomfortable for you, if you don't have them, it could, mess you up later, mental wise. Mess up
No,
some things you got going
it's
on.
Tabor, it's not cool to know people. Like if somebody is a married couple, you might even know their kids. One of them might be cheating, right? And because you know them both, it's not cool to do that around somebody you know knows the other person. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Because it creates a conflict. You know what I mean?
they get around them, and you can't even really be honest. You really feel
Yeah.
easy with them because you can lie to them. Like, you ain't even got to be that type of party, man.
Yeah, that's the person that's putting you through some turmoil that you don't deserve.
Yeah, squad business, bro. Yeah, you don't deserve that, man. Especially if you willing to jump off a ledge for somebody. If y'all understand what I mean.
Hmm.
When it comes to life and what they need and want and life goals, and you sticking to the plan, you working them 12 hours, and she only got to work 8, and you putting up a whole lot of bread, and at the end of the day you end up losing because you just didn't want to let it go. She being disrespectful to you too many times. You probably kind of doing something.
But it could be it could be a woman that's married. Her dude works his ass off, and his friends, whatever, maybe the friend guys he called friends, are
Oh
not
man.
good friends. So because she works with you, y'all cool. You are a nice guy. Uh, and she invites you over, really not for you, but for him. So I'm saying you can leave, but you go over there and you get to know him. And what I'm saying, what happens is if she's an unfaithful person, which you probably knew about, it didn't matter because you didn't know her husband. But after meeting him and he's a real cool dude, why should he be hurt? You get upset with her because you be like, why are you doing this to this man? This man loves you. And why you showing me? I don't want to see this shit.
Yeah, man. The women,
And that's
you said,
something I probably a guy take that because I don't. I hate when they do that. That's happened to me about 4 times. Do not do that. If we cool, you want me to meet your husband, I'll meet him. But if you a cheater, right? Don't let me know you a cheater because that's gonna make me have issues with my relationship with your husband, man to man, and you bullshitting.
yeah,
But
especially when
we
you know
know
he
we
going
know they
out his
don't
way
care.
for you.
Yeah, we know they don't care. We know they still gonna be out here smashing.
Yeah. You said earlier, not too long ago, I was in the building. I'm in a paper roll company, but you was talking about women just be decentering men or something like that. As just like, yeah, bro, that's what some of them been hurt. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they feel like they gonna do. They just gonna hurt. They gonna hurt other people, even if you've been good
Mhm.
to them.
Mhm.
They can't receive that because they've never had that. So
So
um,
decentering men is hurt women. All those women are hurt.
some of them are. I think a majority are.
Okay.
More, I'm telling you, more than the majority are, bro. I just believe that.
Uh,
Because other than that, why would you want to do somebody bad that you see going out their way for you? Like, let's just say everything verifiable. You got his phone info. You got access to the car. You need money. He got you. He take care of you on the extras. He try to go out his way to rock with you because he rock with you. You know what I'm saying? He didn't lessen your load on bills. You know what I'm saying? And then divorce. Let's say divorce happens. Then boom, you taking the highs. You taking his money. It's like, and you cheated. Like that. That's crazy, bro. Some people that's just their game plan. That's what I believe. And some of them will play a 10-year game with you. Some will
I
play
got
a
you on
20-year
that.
game. That was gonna be their hustle. How am I gonna get me my own house? Well, I'm gonna marry somebody, give him a couple kids, cause I'm gonna have kids with somebody anyway. I'm gonna go take his pension, and I'm gonna take the highs, take a car, get some alimony, child support. I'm good. I'm self-sustainable now. I'm self-sustainable now. But yeah, bro, I just believe that, bro. I just believe that. That's why, and seeing what you saying about the marriage side, I'm telling you, I just know enough. I know enough. I've seen enough to just be like, you know what? I'm cool. If a chick wanna rock with me, bro, she just gonna rock with me. We ain't gonna have to do all that. You know what I'm saying? We can respect the game on all levels, no matter what's going on. As far as trying to get through life. Just come life with me. If we can't do that, then cool, G. Then you don't need to be around me, and vice versa. You want something more? I mean, I give you a ring, but you got to ask somebody else to be in the paperwork and decide my future with you because you mad, or let's say I did something, and that's another thing too. Like, it ain't no point in getting married if you're a dude and you want to be out here playing the game. What's the point? Don't say it's for the kids because you out here violating
Oh, you get married. Don't, I mean, I think if you
and
get married,
violate.
well, no, I don't think you should violate. I think if you get married, you need to be serious.
Yeah,
No, no, no. Well, I don't agree with marriage, but I'm just saying, in general, a man can get married, um, and if he chooses that, he needs to be serious about it,
yeah, don't play with it, bro. It ain't.
especially if he doesn't want to deal with the consequences. Too many dudes commit adultery, but they can't handle a divorce, and they certainly can't handle being separated from their
The
kids. And
kids,
it's like, bro, don't you realize that's how it goes?
and you knew better. You actively knew better. You seen these cats online. They talk about it all the time. How the biggest wealth killer is divorce. The list of women who got married, I mean divorced. I think KS had put that up there. If you go look at the list of the people, the richest women in the world, divorce. Like, that should tell you something. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just have
Mhm.
kids and pay child support, bro. Just do that. Like, you can respect
Okay,
the game. You know
you
what I'm saying?
can,
That's the way I see it, bro. Like, if
you
I
can.
if I get to the point to where I get me some, well, I can't say if I get to the point. When I get to the point of me getting some money and positioning myself and building like the business that I want or the business that I have going on, like, bro, I'm not about to risk it just because I want to be somebody laying next to me telling me it's gonna be all good and things gonna be okay. And I know how life has been, and I know people will play with you. And ain't that I ain't got faith in people. I got it, but it depends on what it is. And when it comes to relationship, I know it's somebody that dress better, look better, smell better, got better motion. You know what I'm saying? I get that. You know what I'm saying? But if you feel like you want to go that route, then you free to go with me. So, because we ain't got no
There
title
you
on
go.
nothing, G. Just go ahead. I wish you the best. I ain't gonna ruin your life. Ain't no need. Up to you.
Struggle dating. If you 20, she's 19 with a kid. She's in a assistant dwelling. You got plans for the future. You can help her with her plans, and as Young adults, you can grow maybe by 30. I'd say maybe by 28. You both have are leaving a place like this, exploring better opportunities in life. If you're over 30 and she's 21, she's got to be trying to get out of that situation. You can't go down there and promote, just get blunted up and let niggas bust down on you. You can't promote that. That's going to be detrimental for you. If you do have that type of attitude, them niggas going to size you up and rob your ass. That's why you can't go down there with that type of attitude. That's a bad attitude. You have to go down there not saving, but helping change her situation. And if she cares about you or respects you, she'll make the changes.
Man, I gotta say, play. If you a 21-year-old man, don't be messing with no chick with no kid, bro. She probably still attached to her baby daddy, bro, and she probably will always be attached to him. And go find your own chick. Go build your own family, bro. Don't take on more financial responsibility because you can bet that's what it's gonna be. And then when you get too deep in, her baby daddy may get his stuff together and want to come back around, and she want her family back. And now you done wasted your time, bro. Go find your own girl, bro. With no kids at 21, bro. Don't play yourself. Try not to overdo it, cause you gonna regret it. You gonna spend money that you can't get back, and that's gonna be the most frustrating thing. That's just my thoughts on that, big dog. I had to see it.
There you go. Like the stream, man. It's Friday. We on our way to June. I mean July. What, July? July 4th? Yeah, July 4th. August. September. We on our way, man. What you gonna do in 2026, man? What you gonna do? What you waiting on? I said in February that you guys need to be getting in shape for these June pool parties. Now, if you didn't listen, that's on you. But all of that flea market, Bronny James, oversized basketball sweatsuit, illegal, unfucking authorized basketball outfits. That ain't to play, man. That ain't to play. But here we go, man. We making that turn. On our way to the 4th. Put some ribs on the grill. My thing is on the 4th of July, I always say, why Negroes always popping these firecrackers? What you popping firecrackers up for? No, I'm serious. I've always said, why do Negroes be like you niggas barely have rights to the? No, I'm just being for real, man. We got the Carmelo Anthony case. Who knows how that's going to turn out? All these got chud, and you out here pop. You done blew a finger off. But we'll deal with that in due time.
Now you don't think black people shouldn't be popping fireworks in July?
I don't know what they popping them for. Independence Day, why they popping them?
That we just try to join into the festivities. Nah, I ain't popped them in years.
Just doing it to do it.
Yeah.
One of the main reasons I said it is the hood. In the hood, they ridiculous. The hood don't make sense. Everybody on the back porch, pop, 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 It's like a war zone, man.
Boys do be dropping bags during that time. I do it on first of the year, but I don't do it on July 4th. There's another situation about that I believe. So, but where I'm at outside in Houston, in the Fresno area, we can pop fireworks any day.
Oh no, you can pop them. I'm saying why? What are you celebrating? Freedom? That's all. But hey, we got to shut this down, man.
For sure, Platt, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate you.
Oh man, always welcome to board. We had Tabor join. We appreciate Tabor. Like, share, support, like the stream, support the platform.
Until next time, chat.
There you go. Struggle dating. Understand what it is, man. Go in there with with a hammer and pull that plywood off them windows and let that woman know you the man. We ain't got to wait on no stinking contract. I'm going to put some windows in here. But then again, you want to keep your windows up because people are come in there. People will slide right on up in there. You see that? I don't know what they're going to steal. Ain't nothing in there. Like the stream, man. Hit the Cash App. Support the platform.